Hello and welcome to this, our 163rd live stream. Succeeding at failed questions. And we do have a couple of those tonight. So, a very aptly titled live stream. So, we are doing fantastic here, and want to point out to everybody that this Tuesday at 4 p.m. is going to be our final Assassin's Creed live play session. This time we're at Thebes, and we're at Kings Valley, so it's going to be a real interesting one. So, with that said, we're going to get immediately into the questions here. Just want to remind everyone of the rules, because rules are important to keep things organized and moving along. First thing is, super chats have priority. Nobody on YouTube questions that. Second, if you post a non-super chat question, and we do take non-super chat questions, put a Q and a colon in front of it. That way we see it. Now, that doesn't guarantee we're going to take your questions. We get a lot of non-super chats, so we do tend to be a little more selective about those. We pick interesting questions or questions that will basically enlighten the community as a whole. So we're more selective about those. But if you want to have your non-super chat question considered, we need that Q and a colon in front. Third is only post your non-super chat question once. Okay, if it's posted more than once, it'll be instantly disqualified for the live stream, and we will just not answer it. We really are strict about that rule. Okay. The fourth thing is, if it has to do with a Bible verse or a foreign word, we need a little context. So in the case of a Bible verse, if you're referring to something in the Bible, we need the book it's from, the chapter, and the verse, so we can look it up. Okay, if we can't look it up, we can't refer to the text, and if we can't refer to the text, we're guessing. And we don't like to guess. Guessing's bad. Okay? In the case of a foreign word, just tell us what language you think it's in and what you think the word means, and that'll help us narrow it down. Because a lot of these languages are homonymic, so that could lead you to do a lot of, again, random guessing. And finally, if you are going to sponsor a super chat, which our wonderful community here tends to do, please only sponsor one question per super chat and type in which question it is. That way we don't have to hunt for it. All right. So with that said, let's start getting into the questions. Okay. Our first question of the night here. We're going to start off the night with 4 non-super chats. And the first one here is, who are the coastal nations in Genesis 10:5? Thank you very much for posting that question, Konksavar. And let's bring up the passage, because I think that's going to really reveal what the writer is talking about here. So bring up our Bible here. And let's go to actually verse 4 here. And the sons of Javan were Elisha and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dodanim. Now, these are not actual names. They're names of places. Okay? From these coastlands of the nations were separated into the lands, everyone according to their language, according to the families of their nations. Okay. Now, Tarshish is Spain. Kittim and Dodanim are in the Mediterranean. Okay, so these are the nations that inhabit the Mediterranean basin. Okay, so these are the coastlands of the Mediterranean Sea, the Great Green. So that's what's being talked about here in Genesis 10:5. It's not specifically talking about, say, the Philistines, but it is talking about here those nations that inhabit the Mediterranean, particularly the northern coast of the Mediterranean. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is a geek question. I'm taking it because it's a geek question. Darkblade asks, when someone sent a message using Morse code on a telegraph, what would they do to control who the message went to? Okay. This is a radio operator question. And, while I am not an expert on operating radios or telegraphs, I am working towards getting my license on this. So, I do have some knowledge in this area. The fact is that Morse code is an open code. It's always meant to be an open code. So it's not encrypted. So anyone who taps into a telegraph signal can read it. And anyone, like for example, from ship to ship, if you do ship to ship radio with Morse code or use light for ship to ship Morse code, there's no expectation of privacy. And this has been one of the things, one of the problems with using Morse code in times of war is that the enemy, if they have eyes on the signal, they can actually read it. It's not encrypted. It depends entirely upon the radio operator whether or not that message is delivered to its final destination. In the case of the telegraph system, where you had a wired signal from city to city, the radio operator on the receiving end would then type out a message, and then that message would be sent by a courier to its final recipient. So, Mama, of course you are. Got my ham radios right here. Daryl Diani, for reaching the gospel, you're not allowed to do that. That is actually a violation of the law. You are not allowed to use a ham radio for evangelization. That will get your license suspended. Big time. Okay. Mama laughs. Of course she does. She finds this amusing. We're here for your personal entertainment. Oh, awesome. Awesome. You're on a ham radio. Cool. Gabe Reagan, is that only in Canada or in general? That's in general. Yeah, you're not allowed to do that anywhere. That's international agreement. Amateur radio is restricted to basically small talk, more or less. Dean asks, you're saying I can't use Morse I can't use the Morse code. I can't translate the Bible into Morse code. Oh, you can translate it into Morse code. Yeah, you just can't transmit it. Okay, so you can't transmit Morse code on an open signal using Morse code, which is generally the way you would use Morse code. You would use Morse code in an open signal. You could, if you were using, say, light, you could do it that way. Let's say on a radio frequency or on a telegraph, no, that'd be illegal. Not that telegraphs exist anymore, but the same rules apply to telegraphs that applied to, say, radio transmissions. LP4, Dr. Falk is a Canadian? Yeah, didn't you know? I'm a Canadian, eh? Look, I did live in the United States for 20 years, okay? I lived in the United States for 20 years. I lived in England for 3, okay? The rest I lived in Canada. I'm still Canadian enough that some people were making fun of my accent this week, so... I don't know if any of them hear a Canadian accent. I know it slips out from time to time. I mean, it's not as bad as my father's accent, though. Yeah, I mean, my father talks with a strong Newfoundland accent, so it's just like, yeah. Well, I mean, I spent a lot of time in California, so my, I mean, I don't know if anyone hear the Canadian accent, but or not. But Dean says Falk doesn't say sorry often. Laugh out loud. Well, that's because it's annoying. It's really annoying. All right, so that should cover the Morse code question. And as I said, I do happen to know a little bit about this. So, yeah, it all depends upon who gets the message, depends upon the radio operators or the telegraph operators on the other end. Okay, that was a fun question. Next question here is from Garrett Scribina. And he asks, I know that the modern myth of the mummy's curse, the corpse reanimates and hunts you down, isn't actually a part of Egyptian theology. And that's a good thing. Where did it come from? It came from the British newspapers. Okay, this is where it came from. In the 1920s, when Howard Carter discovered King Tut's tomb, okay, he needed money to keep digging. Like all excavations, all archaeological excavations are money poor. Okay, so he needed money to keep digging. So what he did, he had an exclusive contract with the UK Times. And what would happen is, every so often, somebody from the Times would come to the tomb, they'd take some St. Burton's pictures, and they'd publish it in the Times. And this was when discoveries about Tut's tomb were all the rage. Well, there was another newspaper, probably The Guardian, but I don't remember which one exactly, that when they went to Thebes to examine the tomb, they were told point blank, yeah, you're not going to get inside, you're not going to have a look, you're not going to get an interview, we've got an exclusive with the Times. So, so this newspaper, to get revenge, came up with a story about the curse of the mummy in order to get even. So it was this was completely an invention of the British press. Oh yeah, it was very effective. Several newspapers picked it up. Yeah, it was very effective, of course. Mama, of course the British started a myth about one of their subjugated states. Hi, Diane. But yeah, that's where the myth of the mummy's curse came from. It came from the British newspapers trying to get even with Howard Carter. So that's the story behind it. It's very interesting, but has really nothing to do with ancient Egypt itself. Yeah, but it's a lot of fun to talk about. Okay, and our fourth non-super chat question here is, hi, Dr. Falk. If I recall, you mentioned quite a while ago, we know of a phenomenon akin to the strong east wind that temporarily dried up the young Suf in Exodus 14:21. Could you elaborate on this? Yes, actually, it's a well-known and now well-documented phenomenon called a wind set-down. And now these have been observed to happen. Now, what these wind set-downs are is a wind comes from the east and blows down on the waters, causing the height of the water to decrease and actually push the waters aside. Wind set-downs have been observed in lakes, in the Eastern Nile. It's also been observed on the Mediterranean. coast. There was a wind set down that actually hit the Mediterranean coast that caused the coastal tide to go down by 4 feet. Now, if you understand how much water's involved there, that's quite a bit. So these are a well-observed, well-known phenomenon now. It's a phenomenon that we find in the Eastern Nile. So it all sort of fits into that whole wind came from the east and blew the waters apart that we find in Exodus 14:21. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat, the question, non-super chat question. I hope that helped. And there's been actually several scientific papers on it. You can go to +1 and you can find actual scientific papers on this. So this is a well-known meteorological phenomenon. Everyone accepts that it's a real meteorological phenomena. It's not even remotely controversial at this point that this happens in the Eastern Nile, Nile Delta. So, thank you very much for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, now on to the super chats. Our first super chat here is from Penniless Theologian for 5 British pounds. Thank you for the super chat. 1 Chronicles 21, 1-6, 2 Samuel 24, 1-9. What is the problem with the census? Seems normal government business to me. Why Satan in one text and God in the other? Now that's actually a complicated question right there. Okay. Now, kings were not supposed to take censuses, and there's actually a reason why. It formed a kind of extra taxation above what they were supposed to bring. Okay? So it was an actual way of getting harsher taxation out of people. So there was 2 reasons why governments took censuses. First was to tax, the second was to go to war. So, in the case of what David did, he was not taking a census to tax. He was taking a census to gauge his ability to do further war campaigns. And the problem here was that God had kind of said, well, you've gone to war. Enough's enough. Okay, you've achieved your goals. You don't need to expand anymore. There was a time when the land needed to be at peace too, and David was just not that kind of king. You know, he was the sort of king that was ever looking at more conquests, building his kingdom, and keeping the war going. Yeah, as my producer says in Just War Theory, it's articulated that the goal of war always has to be long-term peace. And David had lost sight of that when he took the census. Okay? So, keeps learning. Someone told me census was about loyalty check. Well, it is in a way. In a way, it's kind of that. Because when you go into a town and you take a census, what you're doing is you're basically saying, okay, who's the men here of eligible age that can go to war? Or who are the families here that can be taxed? Either way, by signing up, yeah, you're showing your loyalty, even though it's required. It's a mandatory loyalty check, not an optional one. So we have to be a little careful what we mean by loyalty check here, because these were never optional. Okay, when a government official came into your town and took a census, and you qualified to have your name written on the roll, you couldn't opt out. It wasn't a matter that you could opt out. Okay, so that was the problem here, was that David was getting ready for more war. And God was trying to tell David, okay, time's up. Now, the question, why Satan in one text and God another? Okay, the reason is because of what's it called now? Primary versus secondary causation. Okay? It's the same reason when God says, I want to put a stumbling into, was it King I want to send a false prophecy to such and such a king. I don't remember the name of the king exactly. And he asks for volunteers. And one of the council says, "Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do this evil deed." Okay, this is what was going on here. You know, God's taking a volunteer here to put a hasatan, basically an adversary, to provoke him, provoke his pride into taking that census. He's preparing for war anyway. Darkblade, early in his reign, David did wars that were prohibited by God. 2 Samuel 8, 2-3, Deuteronomy 5-9. Yeah. Yeah, he did. He did some wars. It was King Ahab that was. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's exactly. Gaius Octavius says, no wonder he couldn't build the temple. Yeah. Yeah, he was always had that mindset of war. Everything, his whole pride, his whole sense of identity was oriented around his ability to war, fight, conquer, and God didn't want that for the long-term stability of the kingdom. So he had to take David down a peg. And this is how he chose to do it. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. We really appreciate it. And again, this is feeding into a natural inclination that David already has. His human inclination is to go to war. God is just providing the sort of the impetus, the opportunity here for David to go with that inclination so he can address a greater problem. So that's what's going on here. All right? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very, very much appreciated. Okay, the next super chat here is from TBD for $10. Okay. And he asks, I saw a headline online. The long-lost sarcophagus of Ramses II finally been found. The article says nearly one entire side was found. Exciting new discovery or sensational media claim. Well, here's the thing with the sarcophagi. And I think this is one of the things is that we're not talking here about a sarcophagus. We're talking here about sarcophagi. Kings in Egypt were not buried in just one sarcophagus, but in several. There would be like 4 or 5 sarcophagi for every one king. I mean, we've got like 5 for King Tut, I believe. And that's not even including the outer, there's for King Tut, there was 3 inner, one granite, and then I believe 3 outer shrines. Okay? So that's not including the outer shrines. So, like for example, we find pieces of Merneptah's sarcophaguses all over the place. You know, they're reused in other people's tombs. They're spread out all over Kings Valley and in museums. The same with Seti's sarcophaguses as well. So it's very likely they could have found one of his piece of one of his sarcophaguses. There's also one in the Egyptian museum as well. Why do they need so many? That's a good question. Bubble Machine asks why they need so many. Every sarcophagus is a proxy body. Okay? So, it was thought that your sarcophagus allowed you to come back from the dead and inhabit the physical world and interact with this physical world in some way. So, you would have many sarcophagi to essentially to act as redundant bodies. So somebody destroys one sarcophagus. Okay, you got another one. Someone destroys that one. You got another one. So having a lot of sarcophaguses meant you had a lot of redundancy in your burial. Because here's the thing, if all your images are destroyed, you know, first of all, somebody could have gone out and destroyed your sarcophagi. And then they could have destroyed your statues in your tomb. And then they could have destroyed your reliefs in your tomb. And after that, you're out of luck. You have no way to come back to this world to receive your ritual offerings and ritual drink, and you'll starve in the afterlife. And nobody wants to starve in the afterlife. Okay? So again, this is just a matter of redundancy that people did, that the kings did this. The more statues you've had of yourself, the more images that you had on the walls of your tomb, the more coffins you had, the greater the redundancy. All right? So I hope that helped. Thank you very much for that follow-up question. Really interesting question. Dark Plague, you're stuck as Osiris's farmhand. Pretty much. Yeah, Osiris is farm boy forever. And he doesn't even feed you. Osiris is one of the stingiest farm owners ever. Ever. Okay, let's get back to the super chats here. Let's see. Okay, the Camilla part for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Question can be found below because me be poor. All right, and you did a really generous act for someone here, and I know it. He asks, a Discord user asks, will Christian elected officials go to hell if they vote to protect or expand legal unaliving of the unborn? All right, I know who asked that question, by the way. Because he's asked me that a dozen times. Now, there are times when you have to answer the question and times when you have to answer the questioner. Okay? And in this particular case, we're going to answer the questioner, not necessarily the question, because he's asked this question of me so many times in private. He's asked my producer this question so many times in private. He keeps getting the same answers in private, and he just doesn't like the answers. All right. So we're gonna cover a couple matters first, okay? Which is the whole question of sin, okay, and repetitive sin. So we'll go to Corinthians. Bring up my Bible here. 1 Corinthians 6, 9 to 10. And do you not know that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor men who like other men, nor thieves, nor the covetous, nor drunkards, nor revilers, nor swindlers shall inherit the kingdom of God. Okay? And then 1 Timothy 1:8 ups that ante. 1 Timothy 1:8 through 11. But we know that the God is good if one uses it lawfully, realizing the fact that the law is not made for the righteous man, but for those who are lawless and rebellious, for the ungodly and sinners, for the holy and profane, for those who kill their fathers and mothers, for murderers and immoral men, and men who like men, and kidnappers and liars and perjurers, whatever else is contrary to sound teaching. Okay. Now, the problem here with the questioner is he wants to skirt that line. He has political ambitions. Okay? He has political ambitions, and he wants to know how close he can get to those lines before he crosses the amnesty. Now, let's just define what the amnesty is. Okay? To be saved, you have to agree to the amnesty, which is you have to side with God against sin. That's the amnesty. It's not necessarily following all the commandments. Okay, this is why we say that salvation is a relationship. It's a relationship where we agree with God against sin. Okay? So, if we agree with God against sin, so hey honey, are you paying attention to the chat? You need to. Okay, so if someone decides to skirt the line of the amnesty as close as they can without trying to cross it, that's a dangerous game. It's a really, really dangerous game. It's like saying, I want to serve God only as far as it will help my political ambitions. But I don't want to go so far as to lose my salvation because I'm rebelling against God and God's idea of sin. Okay? So, if you are voting as an elected official to protect or expand the unaliving of the unborn, you are not siding with God against sin. You're siding with sin against God for political ambitions. So, then the question is, what side of the amnesty are you on? So, if you're not on God's side of the amnesty, you're somewhere else. You're somewhere else. So, he's asked this question repeatedly. He gets the same answers every time. He doesn't like the answers. So it's kind of like a little bit like a kid who went to mommy to ask permission, and mommy said, no, you can't do it. So he tries to go to daddy, and then keeps pestering daddy, saying, can I do this? Can I do this? And he keeps saying, no, no, no. And he's just trying to wear the questioner down so that at some point, daddy will just give in because it's negotiable for some reason, when daddy might have really, really good reasons for saying no. So that's really what's going on here with this questioner. And he's not going to get a different answer out of us, essentially. So he's had his answer, he's had it before, and it's going to be continually to be the same answer on this. You can't side against God in favor of sin and expect to be covered by God's grace. God's grace are for those who want to side with God against sin. That's how you are in relationship with God, is to be in 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 one accord with God's thinking about sin. That's what it means to be in relationship with him. If you're doing something else, you're elsewhere. So I know you, the Camilla part, asked this on behalf of someone else, and it's unfortunate that he's asked you to do this. You did it, Camilla part. We don't blame you for this. He just sort of used you here. But I do appreciate that you're willing to do this for another member of the community. I think you tried to do a really, really good deed, but he's also had to be told now too. Okay? So anyway, I want to thank you very much for the super chat. We appreciate you supporting the channel in this way. And it's sort of unfortunate that it happened this way. Okay? So thank you very much, and we really appreciate your support of the channel. Okay, next one here is from AT Ministries. Where do Abraham and Sarah quote laws to each other? I wish you had given me more time for this question. It actually happens fairly often in the Genesis narrative, okay? But it's one of those things I kind of have to go through the texts and read them again to get them all. Okay, but I'll give you 2 examples here. First of all, they're going to quote to each other the Code of Hammurabi, section 146 and 147. Now, they're not quoting these exactly, they're paraphrasing them, okay? And the Code of Hammurabi says, if a man married an aditum and she's given a slave girl to her husband and she has born children, but afterwards that slave girl makes herself equal with her mistress. Now, we see this happen with Sarah and Hagar. Hagar bears the child, and now she makes herself equal to Sarah, or superior, as it were. And this is what the law of Hammurabi says. So, because she has borne children, her mistress may not sell her for silver. She shall place a slave mark upon her and count her among the slave girls. If she has not borne children, her mistress may sell her for silver. Okay? So, this is the recourse that she has, is to enforce the slave mentality. So when Hagar runs off, afraid of Sarah, because she thinks she's going to get a branding and a beating, she's not wrong. She's not wrong. So she's going to come back, she's going to get a branding and probably one of the worst beatings of her life. But that's coming out of the laws of Hammurabi, subsections 146 to 147. But she can't sell her, and she can't dispose of her either. Okay. The other law that comes into play here is the law of Lipit Ishtar, subsection 25, which says, if a man takes a wife and she bears him a child, and that child is still alive, and a slave woman also bears children to her master, then the father shall grant freedom to the slave woman and her children. The slave children shall not divide the inheritance with her ex-master's children. Now, notice the wording carefully here. And this is how we know it's a quote. It's a voluntary granting. So you can grant the slave freedom, but she doesn't have to accept it under the law of Lipit Ishtar. But they read this in a certain way that's beneficial to them. They force her out. They drive her out. So here's the thing. The slave woman, if she takes the freedom deal, her children don't inherit. If she doesn't take the slave deal, or the freedom deal, her children can inherit. So the law of Lipit Ishtar is what they're quoting to each other when they say, we will free Hagar, whether she wants it or not. They're defeating, so they're quoting to each other the letter of the law while at the same time ignoring the spirit of the law. It's so dirty. It's so dirty. Yeah, by knowing all the codes, they cherry pick them. As we can see, according to the law of Hammurabi here, if she gets uppity, okay, brand her, stick her back in the slave pool, but you can't sell her. You can't just get rid of her. And even the law of Lipit Ishtar says you can't get rid of her. So basically, no. She was not going to get, Hagar was not going to get first wife position like she would have in Egypt. Now the problem is, Canaan is a hinterland. It's a hinterland. It's not governed by any laws. And if anything, the laws in Canaan, as were administered by the Canaanites, were a lot closer to the Egyptians than they were to the Mesopotamians. But it was still a lawless land as such. The Egyptians had already been through several times conquering lands during the Middle Kingdom in Canaan. So the residents were somewhat familiar with, they were more familiar with Egyptian laws than they were, say, with Mesopotamian laws. But with that said, Abraham was an Amorite. He would have been much, much more familiar with Mesopotamian law. That was his wheelhouse. So anyway, those are two laws that Abraham and Sarah quote, and how they applied and misapplied those laws. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next super chat here is from AT Ministries for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. How should Christians understand the difference between the needs of the many versus the needs of the individual? Where should we fall in that debate? That's not an or situation. That's a yes situation. Okay. There are considerations in the Bible of both individual rights and community rights, as well as individual guilt and community guilt. They both apply, and they're both used in the Bible. Okay? And they're used in the New Testament also. When judgment comes upon the church in the book of Revelation, it's not individuals, it's the churches that are being judged. So there are both here community rights and responsibilities and guilt, as there is individual rights, responsibilities, and guilt. Okay, so it doesn't just apply the whole rubric of needs, rights, responsibilities, guilt. It applies to the many as well as the individual. So, where should we fall on that debate? With balance. Okay, we shouldn't say, okay, the many are the more important rights. In the same way, we shouldn't say the individual is more important than the rights. They're both important in their respective ways. So that's where I sort of settle on this issue. I hope that helps. Thank you very much. In fact, I'll even give you an Old Testament one where, say, community rights and community guilt overweighs. There's a certain law where there's a murder found outside the town, and the townspeople don't know who the killer is, so they can't bring the killer to justice. The town has to take an ox out to the place where the murder took place. They need to wash their hands and basically say, we don't know who killed this person. Break the head of the ox as an atonement, saying, hey, we as this community don't know who this is, so the guilt cannot rest on us. It's a beautiful example of that where community guilt could apply if they knew who did it, if they didn't do the proper atonement. So it definitely shows us that there are instances of community guilt. There's another passage in the New Testament that says judgment begins with the church. That's where it begins. It begins with the house of God. So there are a lot of examples in. We see also other kinds of community guilt and responsibility as well. Like, for example, whole clans could bear the responsibility of a single wrongdoer. Like, for example, if one member of a clan does a sexual assault on a person from another clan, that whole clan could get wiped out. And that was just expected in that day and age. So there's a balance here that we need to do when we talk about community guilt, community rights, community responsibilities, community needs versus the needs of the individual, the responsibilities, and the guilt of the individual. So again, it's a balancing act. And you have to do it by a case-by-case basis. All right? So it's a very important topic in ethics. I want to thank you very much for that question. It was a great question, and I hope that helped. AT Ministries for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. How do you use a squat toilet? You put your life in your hands when you use a squat toilet. Think of it this way. It's a hole in the ground. Okay? You don't sit on it. You quite literally squat over it and do your business. Okay? If you're from the West, you don't know how to use it. Okay? It's very difficult to use if you're from the West. There are actually a lot of tutorials on YouTube if you want to learn how to use it. They are not nice. They do not. Oh, they're disgusting. I know people from the East Cape saying they're more hygienic than Western toilets, but oh no. Oh, I've seen some pretty nasty ones in my time. Okay. Robert Laird, do the sculpted ceramic foot pads actually help at all? I don't think so, really, but... Oh. No, it's... The problem is if you're a Westerner, you don't squat. I mean, most people in the East, they learn to squat as children. And it's one of those things that unless you develop the muscles to squat as a child, you will never develop those muscles, or you're very unlikely to develop those muscles to do that efficiently. Okay? So, you can't, I mean, if you're really dedicated to learn how to squat, you can do it, but wow, it is difficult for a Westerner to do. Again, we have never developed those muscles. And there's a certain time in your life when it is most optimal to learn to develop those muscles. As you're basically as a young child. So yeah, time your habits well is what I would say. Yeah, your hotel will have a Western toilet. Your if you go on our Egypt and the Bible tour, just understand that the only place I know of that I know for sure is going to have squat toilets, not Western toilets, is the visitor center at Tanis. That's the only place I know for sure will have a squat toilet. Everywhere else should have Western toilets. They really need to fix that at Tanis. Dylan Biggs. So Westerners would just fall over in the toilet 90% of the time. Yeah, pretty much. And that's the biggest risk, is you're going to lose your balance and fall over. Now, of course, the worst thing that can happen to you is you happen to have mummy tummy and you have to use one of these. Then things get really messy. Okay? Really messy and really uncomfortable. Okay? So, that is not a good thing. Not a good thing. We'll leave it at that. Yeah, but there will be Western toilets in most places in Egypt. Okay? Yeah. Oh, the other thing you need to know about toilets in Egypt, you don't put the toilet paper in the toilet. You never flush the toilet paper. The plumbing there can't handle it. Okay? So, just keep that in mind. There's a waste paper basket beside the toilet. That's where you stick the toilet paper. Not in the toilet. You'll plug the toilet. Okay, so that was fun. All right. Yeah, if you're not going on the trip, you don't really need to know this, but there you go. Okay. 18 Ministries for $1.99. Thank you again for the super chat. When does the two powers theology enter Israel? It enters Israel definitely by the Iron Age. I mean, it's definitely there by the time of the prophets. Okay, so it's definitely there by the split monarchy. It's probably there even earlier. Okay, like for example, you're going to have the whole idea of Elohim versus the Spirit as early as the Bronze Age, particularly in, say, Genesis 1. Okay, so there's already the idea of the two powers theology in Genesis 1. But you're going to get it a lot more explicitly at the time of the major prophets. So that's when it enters it. It really enters into Israel in force. But its echoes are already in the Torah. Okay, so I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. 18 Ministries for $1.99. How does the Baal cycle relate to Daniel 7? Let's pull up our Bible and let's take a look. Okay. Daniel. Chapter 7. And it's going to be mostly the environmental effects that we see here that are going to be related to the Baal cycle. Verse 2 in particular, I was looking at in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of heaven were stirring up the great sea. Okay. Now, the whole idea of the Baal cycle is this is a contest against the gods, between the gods. You have the hero god Baal. and Baal is doing combat against the gods of the sea. So he's the storm god. He's doing his battle against. So the four winds here would be seen as Baal stirring up the winds of heaven against the great sea and doing combat against the monsters of the sea, the Yom. Okay? And that's very typical Baal cycle. But the thing is, Daniel here seems to be sampling that idea, but he's not taking it very far, if he is at all. Because he's then going on to talking about the four great beasts coming out of the sea, each one different. So this is not a single god. This is not a sea god that controls the sea and is the life-threatening force of the sea, as you find in the Baal cycle. But the sea is just more or less upchucking these four beasts that are enemies and have their own identities. Okay. So there's a very, very limited idea here to how closely the Baal cycle relates to Daniel 7. You do have in verse 13, and he came up to the Ancient of Days, and was presented before him. Okay, so actually I'll read it a little more. And I kept looking at the night visions, and behold, with the clouds of heaven, one like a son of man was coming, and he came up to the Ancient of Days and was presented to him. Now, the Ancient of Days is a title we do find in the Baal cycle, so there's also that too. So there is remnants of the Baal cycle in Daniel 7. It's almost like the person who wrote Daniel 7, if we can say Daniel here, just for the sake of argument, had read at one point the Baal cycle, but was doing intertextuality with the Baal cycle. This is not a copy of the Baal cycle. It's not even close to a copy. But there's just a couple of references here and there that seem to indicate that this author had heard of or had read the Baal cycle and is interacting with it in some various ways. Do you think, Muhammad Karam, do you think the last beast of Daniel 7 is Rome? I would have to read that in more detail before I decide. I've taken various views of this in the past. One of the things I'd have to do before I actually come down on that question is that I have to go through the commentaries. Really, I know there's a lot of people out there who think it's Rome. Okay, but I've also had some reasons to second guess that as well. But I also want to make sure I do my due diligence before I answer that question, because I've had to change my thinking on a lot of stuff that refers to both Daniel and the Book of Revelation. Okay, so I want to be very, very cautious before I say definitively that any beast represents any one thing. Okay, so I'm going to defer this question. It's something I'm still looking into and I'm still reading on in my copious free time. Unfortunately, I'm not going to get to it this month. I'm just not going to get to it. I am right now doing a peer-reviewed article on chronology, and I am overwhelmed. Absolutely overwhelmed with the edits to get it to press. So I won't be able to do it this month at all. Okay? Your caution has me intrigued, says Mom. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I find when I start looking at, say, Revelation. When I start looking at Revelation or prophecy or anything like that, it's always the alternate readings that are going to put a spanner into any interpretation. Okay? Like, for example, last week we had the question of is Revelation 12 talking about the Virgin Mary? Well, when you start looking at the symbolism of it, and you're aware of the alternate reading in Genesis, where it's talking not about Mary but the nation of Israel. Yeah, okay, you can't go with a Marian reading of that without completely destroying the reading in Genesis. So I like to be. I mean, the more I look at Revelation, the more I'm discovering obscure readings in the Torah, in the Old Testament, that that really caused me to pause and say, okay, we got to give these things a little more breathing room around the text it's relating to before we come down to something, a definitive interpretation. Because prophecy doesn't work this way. That's the other thing, too, is that prophecy is recontextualized frequently. It's recontextualized for its specific audience. It's recontextualized according to its current audience. And it's often recontextualized for future audiences. So we have to be really super cautious before we say this is the definitive reading of any prophetic text. So I like to be really cautious with prophecy because it has those nuances to it. Okay, so that's all I'm going to say about this. As far as, is this Rome? The answer is don't know. I have to look it up more. All right. And when I finally get that copious free time that I've been praying for, I might use some of that for doing this investigation further. Okay. Okay. So with that said, get into the super chats. Back to the super chats here. Okay. AT Ministries, next one for $4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. We appreciate that. Where do we get the idea of the 7 essential doctrines of the Christian faith? Why only these? Okay. The 7 essential doctrines, and really, 7 is really kind of an arbitrary number. It was sort of counted up during the Reformation, is where the idea that there were 7 of them. There could actually be a lot more depending on how you count these. Okay? And you'll see why in a moment, okay? Now, some of these are really one-off dogmas and doctrines, and you can... But there's one in particular that sort of crams a whole lot into it, okay? You have the Trinity. Okay, that's one. Salvation by grace through faith. That's another. The virgin birth is another. Or the virgin conception. The fall of man is another one. The second coming of Jesus Christ is another one. But then you've got like this one where it is the sinless life of Jesus, his crucifixion, vicarious atonement, burial, his resurrection, and the perfect life of the Lamb of Jesus Christ. Now, that's a whole lot of actually smaller doctrines crammed into one that sort of is the catch bucket, the life of Jesus Christ. Okay? So the count is a little bit artificial. Okay? The count is definitely a bit artificial. So that whole life of Christ one is really sort of got a whole lot of stuff jammed into it. So if you really wanted to unpack that as separate doctrines, there's no reason why you couldn't. It's just more or less convenient and easier to remember a group of 7 than, say, 15 or 18. Okay. Yeah, 7's a nice biblical number. Oh, the 7th one is sola scriptura. Okay. Now, of course, there are going to be those who don't understand sola scriptura, like the Eastern Orthodox, and there are those who are going to reject sola scriptura, like the Roman Catholics. So that 7th one is very, very controversial. Okay? So it's probably fair to say that there's 6 that everyone agrees on. So it's one of those things that we get it coming out of the Protestant Reformation. The Protestant Reformation looked at all Christianity and said, these are the doctrines that we all agreed on throughout church history. Okay? So in some ways, it's the idea of going through the church fathers, going through the ecumenical councils, looking back and saying, this is where we're all agreed. Eastern Orthodox, Roman Catholics, Protestants, even Anabaptists. All of these churches are agreed on these essential doctrines as to what makes you Christian. Okay? And it's been that way going all the way back to the apostles and the apostolic sees. So that's going to end up, that's how we got these doctrines. And why only those is because they're the ones we can agree on, essentially. That's the ones that every sort of church can agree on for the most part, at least in their liturgical doctrines. Now, this is not taking into account a lay understanding. Okay? Lay understandings, things can get weird. I've always said that every church on this planet has 2 theologies. Your clerical, ecclesiastical, liturgical theology, and your lay in the pew theology. They're radically different from one another, and they don't even know the other one exists. They're unaware of each other's existence. Okay? So you can have a very, very different understanding of things in the pews of your church, and your laity will have a theological understanding, but it can be radically different than, say, what we would call historical Christianity. But what we talk about here is generally the agreed upon, the agreements that occur between, say those who are in the know, your basically the church hierarchies, your church synods, your councils, etc. So that's what we're really talking about here when we talk about the essential doctrines of the Christian faith. These are the ones that go all the way back to the earliest phases of the church. Okay? So oh yeah, well, that's a perfect example of a lay theology. Gaius Octavius says, like how 37% of evangelicals don't believe Jesus was God. Yeah, like that. That's a perfect example of a lay theology. You also get like other churches have lay theologies too. Like, for example, you get in Roman Catholicism the idea in, say, the pews that salvation's by faith and works. The actual clerical, ecclesiastical understanding of it is much more nuanced. It's that you are saved by grace through faith unto good works, and you're expected to do good works to maintain your salvation. Okay? The good works don't really save you, but they're part and parcel to the salvation process. They're indispensable from the salvation process. That's a very, very different understanding than the whole idea that you can work your way to salvation, which is often what you'll get in the pews of, say, a Roman Catholic Church. Okay, but again, oftentimes in the lay theology, things are simplified to the point where they're devoid of their original content, and that's just very, very common in lay understandings and in lay theologies. I mean, I've heard things like, I've heard of people who were lifelong churchgoers. I heard this one story from one of my professors, and he was doing premarital counseling. Remember Perry Downs? Remember that story? That was something. There's this young couple who was coming in for premarital counseling, and it's his church. It's his church. And they revealed during premarital counseling that they've been shacking up. And he asks them, don't you think that you should be doing that? I mean, you're not yet married. Do you really think you should be shacking up right now? And they go, well, why wouldn't we? It's like they never heard of to keep yourself, sexually pure before marriage. They had never heard of that. This is fornication and adultery. So, you get some really weird understandings in the pews. And even though these were lifelong churchgoers, in his church, which probably he hadn't preached it. We don't know if he was the actual pastor, though, so. But it does tell you that people can be in a church for their entire lives and either don't get the message or the message is never taught. It can actually happen both ways. So there can be a lot of weirdness that happens in lay theology. Which is why I don't blame every pastor for what comes out of his pews. But I think there's times when a little more preaching needs to be done. Mechanic says that sounds close enough. Is as much the devil's work as idle hands are. Yeah, it does. Close enough. Okay. Oh, let's get back to the super chats here. Oh, okay. So essentially, again, just to wrap up here, the 7 essential doctrines that comes from basically the observations of the reformers after the Reformation, but it is a synthesis of all the universal agreements between all the major branches of Christianity going back to the church age, to the apostolic age. So anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay. Next one here for $9.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And he asks, for Joshua's long day, where do we see the requirement for the moon to remain in the sky? We don't. I see what you mean by sunrise. Is this an omen for or against Joshua? It's neither. Well, let's examine it here, and we'll Bible here. So it's going to be Joshua 10. Joshua chapter 10. Okay, verse. I'm going to be started here at verse 12. Okay. And Joshua said, O sun, stand still at Gibeon. O moon, in the valley of Ajalon. Okay. Now, the whole idea of that standing still is a conjunction. It's not really stand still in the sky as the sky moves. That's not what it's talking about here. It's talking about it's in conjunction with each other. Okay? So the sun stopped in the middle of the sky means that it is at the horizon. So it's at the horizon and the moon is still up. So that's what this means here. And it did not hasten to go down for the whole day. And there was no day like that before or afterward when the Lord listened to the voice of man, for the Lord fought for Israel. Now, this is, again, not... all right. Let me reread 13. So the sun stood still. Again, standing still is not the same as... it's that again, that standing in conjunction. And the moon stopped. Okay? Again, this is not stop, as in... the word here is not stop. The word here is stand. So again, it's that Omen language. So it's essentially the sun stood still. Really, and the moon stood. So they're standing in conjunction to each other. So that's what's going on here. Is we've got a conjunction happening between the moon and the sky and the sun. Moon's on the one end of the valley. The sun's in the other. Until the nation avenge themselves of the enemies, is it not written in the book of Jasher? The sun stopped in the middle of the sky. Again, that's horizon. Did not hasten to go down for about a whole day. Okay, so essentially, the two were in conjunction through the entire day, essentially. And there was no day or like that before or after it, when the Lord listened to the voice of a man, for the Lord fought for Israel. Okay, so the miracle here is not so much that the conjunction happened. And I think that's one thing about this that people get kind of confused about this passage, is it's not that this omen is anything special or unique. It's more that this omen happens. Joshua says, hey, I got a plan, Lord. Why don't we use this time when this omen is taking place, the thing that the Amorites fear, and use it against them? And the Lord says, great idea. Let's do that. We'll do that. So that's what's going on here. It's not an omen for or against Joshua. It's an omen against the Amorites. The Amorites perceive this as an omen, bad omen. Joshua doesn't care. Joshua recognizes this in the sky and goes, this would be a really bad sign if I was an Amorite. Hey, Lord, can we attack now? Since this is a bad omen for them, and they're going to be really, really skittish about this? And the Lord goes, sure, why not? Sounds like a great idea. And that's what's going on in this text, okay? It's all Omen language. It's no special astrological or astronomical event. It's just a conjunction, and it's using Omen language that we find in like Assyrian texts, and Joshua's just leveraging on the superstition of the Amorites and getting the Lord to agree with the plan. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. But that's what's going on here. Okay, AT Mysteries for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Please explain the meaning and the context of Deuteronomy 24:1-4. Okay. Now, Deuteronomy 24 And verses 1 to 4. We'll read the text first, and then we'll get into it. When a man takes a wife and marries her, and it happens that she finds no favor in his eyes because he has found some indecency in her, he writes her a certificate of divorce and puts it in her hand and sends her out from his house. And she leaves his house and goes and becomes another man's wife. If the latter husband turns against her and writes her a certificate of divorce and puts it in her hand and sends her out of his house, if the latter husband dies who took her to be his wife, then the former husband who sent her away is not allowed to take her again to be his wife, since she has been defiled, for that is an abomination before the Lord, and you shall not bring sin on the land which the Lord your God gives you as an inheritance. All right. This is the divorce law. Okay? This is the divorce laws. These are basically the regulation of divorce in Israel. Okay? Now, there's a lot to unpack here, but let's get into it. Okay? First of all, this is more than just betrothal. This is the full marriage here. So when a man takes a wife and marries her, and it happens that she finds no favor in his eyes because he has found some indecency in her. Now, this word indecency is arova. It's very, very similar to the term nakedness that we find in Genesis, in the last verse of Genesis 2, where Adam and Eve were naked in the garden. Okay, but this is a particular kind of indecency here. It's particular to women. It's the kind of shameful indecency. So there's a nuance here of shame involved. So this is more than just he's not pleasing her, or she's not pleasing him. It's not like she drops her tunic and he doesn't like what he sees because he's not turned on like Henry VIII was. Okay? There's something else going on here. Like she might drop her drawers and he might find a tattoo that says Baal was here. Okay? He finds out he might find out she might have a temple prostitute tattoo. That would be a big deal if you're an Israelite. Okay? If she has hidden her past that she was a temple prostitute in the temple of Baal, yeah, that would be a big deal if you're an Israelite. Okay? You know, yeah, that's the last part. That's when you don't want a secret to come out, but some people do keep secrets to that point. Okay, so this is supposed to give the guy a means of divorcing the person if he finds out that there's this sort of shameful sexual ritual impurity. Okay, indecency. So, yeah, BC. You're probably right about that. These days, it's more likely to be the balls were here, yeah. We won't get into that pun, but yeah. But Baal worship would have been Baal temple prostitution would have been a really super big deal back then. Okay? So yeah, there's this idea of not just that there's he just looked at her and just didn't like what he saw. It's more that there's something shameful in her past that has been exposed through the act of marriage. Okay? So, uh, so that's what's going on in this particular passage. That's what this passage is driving at. Is that, yeah, if you can write a certificate of divorce under this circumstance. Now, the problem was that the sages took this to mean just about anything. There was one sage that basically said, if she burns your cooking, you can divorce her. Yeah, that's not what this passage is about. Okay? If she makes a burnt offering of your pizza, that's not an excuse to divorce her. Okay? But by the first century BC AD, that is the Mama says, showing that it is never cool to hide your body count from the person who it matters to you the most. Yeah, I agree. Jack Ray asks, is it current indecency and not past? It's not clear. The passage here is not clear on whether it refers to the past or the present. It could be conceivable that it is either one. Because remember, Christ said that God allowed you to divorce out of the hardness of your heart. So when in Christ's words here, there does seem to be some inference that this was written for past indecency, but people were too hard to forgive it. Again, this is where, say, somebody who may have had a life of, say, temple prostitution at the Temple of Baal, and maybe have recanted, but then tried to hide it, could still be find themselves in this divorce situation. So that does seem to have been like in Christ's example of he gave this to you out of the hardness of your heart. It does seem to infer that this is not a present ongoing indecency, but a past indecency. Okay, so that's just the first verse here. Okay, so the second thing about this passage too is, in this particular society, you had to get your divorce certificate from the man. The woman could not file for a divorce here. In this society, there's no women could not get divorces on their own initiative. It had to come, the divorce certificate had to come from the man. This is unlike Egypt. Egypt, either party could do the divorce. But in Israel, the man had to write you the divorce certificate. In verse 2, she leaves the house and goes and becomes another man's wife, and the latter husband turns against her, writes her a certificate, so she's twice divorced now, puts it in her hand, sends her out of the house, and then the latter husband dies, who took her as a wife. Okay. Then we've got this second one here, verse 4 here, of the former husband changes his mind. The former husband who sent her away is not allowed to take her again to be his wife, since she has been defiled and is an abomination before the Lord. For that is an abomination before the Lord. You shall not sin on the land which the Lord gives you as an inheritance. Okay. So, the idea in verse 4 is that once you divorce her, and she goes marries another man, she's off the table for you. There's no backsies on this one. Okay? Darkblade asks, did the man have to personally write it? If so, were literate men legally capable of divorce? There's always scribes. There's always amanuensis out there, people who did this work for hire. So if people were illiterate, they could go to somebody who was literate and have it done. Okay, so that was not really an impediment. Okay, so I hope that helped. And so anyway, getting back to that, just the super chat here. So what we have here is this circumstance of divorce and the implications of it for certain kinds of remarriage. So first is that the indecency has to involve some kind of sexual shame of some kind, probably ritual. And that seems to be the inference here. That's most likely a ritual shame. He writes her divorce and then sends her away. Okay, she goes, becomes another man's husband in the event that he divorces her, but dies, which would allow her to remarry under the first divorce, or second divorce. She cannot remarry the first guy because she's already become another man's wife. So he can't reconsider his decision once that sort of Rubicon is crossed. Okay, so again, it's to prevent a lot of weird wife swapping from going on here. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And 18 Ministries for $9.99. Thank you for the super chat. Here's some extra money to make sure Anthony gets some medical attention. Since he's not feeling well. Make sure you all tune in for the last stream of Assassin's Creed Origins playthrough. Yes, again, that's this Tuesday. And Tuesday at 4 p.m. We hope you all join us. Again, it's going to be exciting. We are at Thebes in on the West Bank, and the last one was really good. The last one was really interesting. If you hadn't seen that already, definitely go look at that, because that one was really fun. Will there be free pizza? Will there be pizza? Well, I don't know. We'll see. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for sponsoring the Assassin's Creed Origin live play. Thank you very much for that super chat, and we will see that Anthony convalesces, okay? Thank you very much. Okay, one for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why does God try to kill Moses? Exodus 4:24. All right. Exodus 4:24. Okay. Into our Bibles. Now we're going to talk about this whole Zipporah passage, because this one confuses a lot of people, but kind of when you finally understand what's going on here, it'll make sense. Okay? Okay, so he's had his Moses has had his encounter with God. He's told to take his wife and children and go back to Egypt. Now they're going to be staying somewhere else while he does his business in Egypt. But they stay temporarily at a lodging place on the way, and we're going to start the reading here at verse 24. Now it came about at the lodging place on the way that the Lord met him and sought to put him to death. Then Zipporah took a flint and cut off her son's foreskin and threw it at Moses' feet and said, "You are indeed a bridegroom of blood to me." So he let him alone. At the same time she said, "You are a bridegroom of love, of blood, because of the circumcision." Okay, now, this seems like a very strange sort of 3 verses to insert in this narrative. But if you understand what's going on in the passage and the culture as a whole, this makes complete sense. Okay? So what's going on here is that Moses had to flee Egypt. He had murdered an Egyptian. He had lived life as an Egyptian up to that point, and he fled to Midian to get away from Pharaoh's justice. And while in Midian, he has a wife, Zipporah, and 2 children, 2 boys. And they're making their way back. Now, he's going on his way back to lead the children of Israel back to the promised land. That's why he's going to free the Israelites, bring them back into accord with the Abrahamic covenant, where God promises to Abraham that Abraham's descendants, his seed, will inherit the land of Israel. One small problem. Moses himself was not following the Abrahamic covenant, because the sign of the Abrahamic covenant is circumcision. Now, Moses was exempt from this because he'd already probably had it done while he was living in Egypt. Egyptians often circumcised. So Moses was probably already circumcised. But the Midianites were not. Midianites did not circumcise. So, in this particular case, his children, his boys, or I think it's just one son at this point. Yeah, the first son here isn't circumcised. Okay? So, Moses has violated the Abrahamic covenant. And God is basically angry at Moses because, hey, you're going to go lead the children of Israel out of Egypt and tell them that they need to follow Yahweh and the Abrahamic covenant, and you haven't done it yourself. Woo. Camel Leopard, weren't the Midianites descendants from Abraham? Some of them were, some of them weren't. Okay, so we'll take that question too. What? Why did Darkblade asked, why didn't God just leave a by the way, go circumcise your son message instead? Because he already knew it. Okay, this is why he didn't have to. Look, here's the thing. God doesn't tell you things you already know. Okay? You know, skeptics will often say, oh, well, why didn't God just ring the telephone in and tell me about Jesus Christ? Why do I have? Because he gave you the Bible. He gave you preachers. He gave you YouTube. He gave you radio, if anyone listens to radio anymore. There's a lot of ways you can get the gospel if you really want it. So you know where to get it. If you know where to get it, that's not a God problem at that point. There's no compulsion upon God to go pick up the telephone and call you, reach out and touch someone on the telephone. Okay? Likewise, Moses knew that he was supposed to circumcise his kid. He knew this. He wasn't unaware of this. He had it done. So Moses just didn't want to do it. We don't know why. We don't know why he felt so skittish about this, but apparently he did. To the point where Zipporah had to do it. Zipporah figured it out. Yeah, she wasn't an Israelite, but she'd probably heard the stories. She'd probably heard him talk about Abraham. Mm-hmm. Uh, Camel Leopard asks, weren't Midianites descended from Abraham? Some were. Okay. How do they opt out of that even though Ishmael was circumcised? Not all Ishmaelites are Midianites. Okay. It's like this. Ishmaelites are an ethnicity within the Midianites. Okay. You also had Ishmaelites that were Edomites, that were not Midianites per se. You also had Midianites that weren't Ishmaelites, particularly later on. In the 10th century, you start getting Midianites that are part of Arabic tribes that are not Ishmaelite. Okay, so you did have Midianites that were Ishmaelites and Ishmaelites that were Midianites, but the two are not synonymous. Okay, you could have, as I said, these are overlapping circles. Think of a Venn diagram here. So some of them would have opted out because they weren't of that. It also could be that they just didn't pass on the tradition either. That seems to have happened in some cases with certain descendants of Abraham, where they just didn't go along with the whole Abrahamic program. So anyway, one asks, but if Moses was circumcised, why did his wife put the foreskin on his legs? Threw it at his feet, I think is what the text says here. I'll double check the text just to be sure. Let's see here, that's verse 25. Yeah, to his feet. And she threw it to his feet. Okay, so basically she threw it towards him. Okay? It's basically, she didn't put it on him. She didn't like physically like smack him with it. She just dropped it in front of him and basically said, yeah, okay. She had to do it. She wasn't happy about doing it. And she manned up where he didn't. It was one of those things where she was angry at him and lost respect for him in the process of having to do this. So again, don't know why he was so skittish about this, but he was. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He was reticent to do this. She was angry that she had to do this. We don't know the reasons why. So that's something. Anything else we say about that's going to be speculation. Okay? But suffice it to say, the whole passage is about that Moses did not keep the covenant. He had kept the covenant personally, but he didn't make his family do it. Yeah, mama, not a great marriage moment. Exactly. Not a great marriage moment at all. No, this is showing some definite tension between Moses and Zipporah. Okay. So let's get on to this, back to the super chats here. Okay, so I hope, Luan, that answers your question. That's why God tried to kill Moses, because he was just going to go lead the people out without having his own family go through circumcision and be part of the Abrahamic covenant. So, God was not going to have any of that. And Moses knew better. Okay, Mama asks a great question here for $5. Water magic. Ubiquity in biblical narrative. Could it be a theme meant to point to living water? That's a good observation. That's a very good observation. Uh, yeah, very like it could be. It could be a way of, say, um, forming a topology. That could be a thing where you have this topology of water magic that leads to the whole idea of living water that is realized in, say, the ministry of Jesus Christ. So that is actually an excellent observation. Yeah, it could. There's definitely something to this. I think there's definitely something to this. So, anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it. And yeah, I think you've observed that correctly. Okay, next one here is from Juan for $2. Thank you very much for the super chat. Why isn't Christianity henotheistic if Judaism was? Judaism wasn't henotheistic. Now, we got to understand what henotheism is. And this is where there's a lot of confusion over the difference between what is a henotheism and what is a monarchical monotheism. Okay? They're different. They're very different. And it comes down to what is meant by the ontology of godhood. What is the ontology of divinity? A henotheism is where you have a bunch of gods running around that are ontologically equal or close to being equal in power and might and whatever, in how they were born. The basis of that equality doesn't really matter much, but they're ontologically equal. And then you owe your allegiance to one of those gods. You owe your worship. So think of it this way. Henotheism is like polytheism, but with monolatry. And monolatry is the idea that you owe your worship to one god. So you believe in many gods. All those gods are fundamentally equal, but you worship one of them, and only one of them. So that is henotheism. Monarchical monotheism believes that there's one great God that is ontologically independent. He's bigger, better. He's the great God, and all the little tiny gods underneath him are lesser powers. Okay? And they depend ontologically upon the greater God. So there's no ontological equality in monarchical monotheism. And all of that sort of goes back to the one God. So Judaism was not henotheism. Even under the two powers theology, it's not henotheism. It is more of there's the idea that each of those two powers is the one God. So it is going to be one of those issues where you have in the case of, say, Judaism, where you have to say the two powers theology, it's going to be the two persons are the one God, like you find in Isaiah 44:6. Okay? So Judaism was never henotheistic. At least not in its official ecclesiastical theology. Maybe on the lay level. There was all sorts of weirdness and getting back to lay theology again. Judaism had some really whacked lay theology. This is why they kept going back to idolatry, polytheism, and Baal worship. But it's Judaism's official stance was always more of monarchical monotheism. So Christianity essentially inherited that idea of monarchical monotheism from Judaism. Darkblade, will there be a test on this on the tour? Oh yeah, definitely. We're gonna do lots of tests. Somebody ever once asked me, "Is there ever a stupid question?" And I said, "Well, yeah, there is." Hey, professor, will this be on the test? That's a stupid question. Okay. So let's get back to the super chats here. So so Judaism wasn't henotheistic, and it was monarchical monotheistic, and but we do find henotheistic cults in the Levant. Ugarit was henotheistic. The Hyksos, how they practiced their Baal worship, was henotheistic. So there were henotheisms in the Levant, definitely. That goes without saying. I just don't think, at least official Judaism was one of those. All right. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. Okay, Mr. Warlight for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Your analysis on my theory. Okay, let's take a look at this. Isaiah is a Jewish reworking of a Latin Greek translation of literature written by King Josiah, given that Isaiah promotes Yahweh's supremacy and Josiah banned non-Yahweh gods. Okay, okay, I see you just added one here. Let's take that too. Yeah, he says, I revised my Isaiah theory. Instead, the Levitical Jews wrote Isaiah in the Second Temple period, around the 6th century BC, using Josiah's writings, added writings, and they turned Josiah into an earlier prophet. Okay, there's a couple things about that. Most scholars are agreed that that Isaiah, at least first Isaiah. Now, scholars do disagree on how many Isaiahs there were running around. There are scholars that believe there were up to 4 Isaiahs who wrote the book of Isaiah. But even if we just sort of limit it down to, say, first Isaiah, scholars are pretty much agreed that for at least first Isaiah. I don't agree that there are 4 Isaiahs. I think there's 1 Isaiah. But let's just take the scholarly view for the moment here, and then we can talk about that some more. They'll date that to the 8th century BC. Okay? In fact, even Julius Wellhausen used to say prophets before Pentateuch. So for a guy like Wellhausen, he's going to date Isaiah to the 8th century BC. And most are going to sort of take that that dating on that. Okay? My opinion on this is we are definitely not talking Second Temple period. I think Isaiah is definitely First Temple period. And I don't think it incorporates a lot of Josiah's writings. I think he's pre-Josiah. And I think most scholars would take that sort of view. The whole idea of trying to predate a prophecy like that, I think is very problematic in some respects. You need some all extra evidence for that, and I think that's missing if you want to look at Isaiah to get you there. You're definitely lacking, say, the Persian loanwords that you find in Second Temple period Hebrew writings. So that's going to be a real issue here. You're also it just isn't a good fit with, say, Neo-Babylonian exilic writing. So, yeah, Isaiah was alive during the Assyrian period, but that goes all the way back to the 8th century. That's I mean, the Assyrian period is 722 and earlier. I mean, Isaiah was alive before the Northern Kingdom was defeated, but that's you're talking 722. So, um, so definitely, I have some issues with that idea that this is all written in the Second Temple period. It's not Second Temple. It doesn't read like Second Temple period literature. It doesn't look like Second Temple period literature. It has no loanwords of Second Temple period literature. It just doesn't. It's not. It doesn't have the bill of a duck. It doesn't walk like a duck. It doesn't quack like a duck. It's not a duck. Okay. So, that's where I sort of stand on your revised theory here. I would need a lot more compelling evidence before I would say, think that this is a piece of Second Temple period literature. Okay, because frankly, if you're going to start saying Isaiah is Second Temple period literature, then frankly everything is Second Temple period literature, because that whole consensus there of early Isaiah is very strongly ingrained in the academic consensus. So, anyway, thank you very much for those super chats. We appreciate your generosity towards the channel. I just have some doubts about this theory. Okay, we'll go back here. Where we go? Okay, I want to thank Mama here. Mr. Warlight, thanks for the analysis. Honestly, just a fun theory based on mostly personal conjecture. And that's cool. Okay, that's cool. Hey, you know what? Here's the thing. It can be fun to have these theories. I will totally agree to that. Let's just, just for the sake of an intellectual experiment, it can be fun to have these theories. But you do want to test them, and don't get too married to them, okay? Don't get too attached to a theory. Kenneth Kitchen gave me that sound advice once. Okay. When I first told him that I was really interested in chronology, just like he was, he said to me, you're going to have your theories. Don't get too attached to them, because they could be wrong. It's like, okay. He said, don't get too attached to them. They could be wrong, and you might have to garbage them for something better. Always be ready to garbage your theories for something better. Like, okay, here's the man himself telling me this. Okay, so it's like, all right, I'm definitely going to listen to Kitchen here, because this is the guy that has I guess now 70 years of experience doing this. I'd be a fool not to listen to him. So, yeah, so you don't get attached to your theories. It's fun to have them. And, you can, but kick the tires on them. That's great. You can kick the tires of them. And then if they don't work out, move on. All right. All right, the next super chat here is actually a gift from Mama, who gave the channel 5 Ancient Egypt and Bible memberships. Thank you so much for your generosity to the channel. We really, really appreciate it. Next super chat here is from TBD for $2. How old was David when he fought Goliath? Okay. Young enough that he couldn't hold a sword or wear armor. Okay, that we don't know exactly how old he was, but he was probably not even. My guess would be he's not yet. I think the fighting age was like 20. So he's not yet 20. He's basically a shepherd. He's basically a shepherd at the time. He's a teenager, and he's probably a young teenager. So I would guess about 14 or 15. Could be as young as 13, could be as old as 17. He's not strong enough to wear the armor. He's not strong enough to wear the armor. They try to put the armor on him, and he can't do it. He can't maneuver in it. He doesn't have that, essentially, that bulking up that men get in their late teens. In late teens, men bulk up because of the testosterone, and they basically fill out that armor. So he's swimming in this armor. So he has to ditch the armor. So that indicates that he was still in a teenager. Okay? But he's also old enough to be able to be out on his own. So one of the things he does is when he fights Goliath and he kills Goliath and takes his head, he takes the head, he rides to Jebus, which is Jerusalem, and throws the head over the wall. So he's got a strong enough throwing arm that he can take that head and pitch it over the wall. So he's too young to wear armor, old enough to be able to throw a head over a wall. So he's going to probably, as I say, probably in that middle teens area. Probably 14 or 15 is what I would guess. But we're not told for certain. Okay, so anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. TBD asks a member question. I work in a high school, and I always joke that he was 15 because only a 15-year-old would see a giant everyone is afraid of and say, I can take him. Yeah, probably. Bubble on Machine says you can have good arm strength, but crap abdominal muscle strength. Yeah, you can also have good arm strength too, and not the shoulders yet either. And one of the things about wearing armor is, and I've worn some armor. I've even made some armor back when I was doing knife smithing and armor smithing and all that stuff. And I was a jeweler. One of the things about armor is you do need the upper body proportions to fill it out properly. So, definitely, I think that there is a case there to be made that that David just lacked that filling out. Like for example, this happens to guys all the time. When they're in grade 12, and they're 18, 19, or 17 or 18, and they buy the Leatherman jacket in grade 12. And then they try it on 2 years later, and it doesn't fit in the shoulders anymore. That's because men continue to grow until they're 21. And what they're doing is they're bulking up. They're not getting any taller, but they are bulking up in muscle mass. And a lot of that muscle mass occurs in the shoulders. That muscles you need to lift things. Well, yeah, they probably should have bought it looked funny when they were in high school. So, that's why most of those jackets end up in Goodwill, essentially. Yeah, but most of them wouldn't be able to wear it after 2 years. So, Haystack, I think this is the only thing Dr. Falk hasn't picked up as a hobby is being a jewel thief. No, I've never done being a jewel thief. I don't think that's a proper hobby. Just saying. Criminal enterprise is not a proper hobby. Just saying. Xiao Yi, this is why I avoided buying expensive clothes until I was an adult. It's a good idea, actually. Yeah, it's a good idea. Mechanique, I'm young. I tore a seam in my shirt's elbow lately because of this. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This happens to guys all the time. Doesn't so much happen to women, but men definitely this happens to. Darkblade, he's been a horse thief only virtually. Okay. All right, next super chat here. Also, this one here is from, let me explain, followers of the shepherd. Does Micah 5:2 prove the Messiah is divine or eternal in some way? Let's pull up Micah here. Bubba Homeschool, criminal enterprise is more of a career than a hobby. Yeah, probably. It does limit your future life choices. So yeah, probably more of a career than a hobby. Okay, Micah 5, verse 2. Okay. And the text says, but as for you, Bethlehem Ephrathah, too little to be among the clans of Judah, from you one will go forth for me to be ruler in Israel. His going forths are from long ago, from the days of eternity. Therefore he will give them up until the time when she who is in labor has borne a child. Then the remainder of his brethren will return to the sons of Israel. Okay. It does seem to indicate that the Messiah is divine. And at least, at the very least, not born, didn't come into existence, at least in his pre-incarnate state, at the time of his incarnation. Okay, so this is the key verse that identifies Messiah as being born in Bethlehem. Okay, and there is a lot of indication here that this is not just a typical birth. This is not just a prophet here. His going forth is from long ago. This is, how do I say this? This is religiously pregnant language. Okay? You see this language, particular language, used in Egyptian texts. Yeah, I know, it all goes back to Egypt, okay? Guilty, okay? But you'll see, like, for example, Book of the Dead. The real title of the Book of the Dead is Going Forth by Day. Okay? You'll see references to divinity in ancient Egyptian texts where a god's going and coming forth to infer that there's this special move of divinity going on. Okay? So this is ritual divinity language. So from you one will go forth for me to be ruler of Egypt. His goings forth are from long ago. So that sort of ancient of days language that we saw, for example, in like Daniel 7, that his going forth is from long ago. He is old, incredibly old, older than you can imagine, and he has been going forth as as this ancient being from time distant past. It's very religious language, incredibly, and it adds the a positive here, from the days of eternity. So he goes back so old, you can't even fathom it. You can't fathom it. Okay, so that's really what's going on here. Is there is that antiquity here of his comings and goings, and so there is all of this happening here that's wrapped up in this small little passage about this insignificant little town. And this is what's really interesting about this passage too, is it's a prophetic text, but it's a prophetic text that has contrast. There's a huge contrastive element here that let's not ignore. Okay? But as for you, Bethlehem Ephrathah, too small to be among the clans of Judah, too insignificant, too minor, too unimportant, too easy to overlook. From you, one will go forth for me to be ruler in Israel. His going forth from long ago, from the days of eternity. So we got a contrast here from this little tiny hamlet, and frankly, Bethlehem's a pit stop. It's a pit stop. It was an ancient world, it is today. It's a pit stop. From your little pit stop here, too insignificant to matter. Nobody cares about you because you're not important. You never were important, really. And you're still not important. He who walked the ages, who came forth through eternity and the heavens, will come out of you to be ruler over Israel. It's interesting. It's a really, really interesting passage. It's full of, as I say, it's full of contrast. It's full of pregnant religious language that infers the divine. Absolutely. And it's this, as I say, this beautiful, prophetic, poetic contrast. You're supposed to look at this and go, oh, wow, that's profound. That's something so small. Because remember, Israelites had geographic biases. They had geographic prejudices. What good comes out of Nazareth? Remember that one? Remember that one? What good comes out of Nazareth? What prophet ever came out of Nazareth? Yeah. So, they had their geographic prejudices. And Bethlehem was another one of these. Small, insignificant, a hamlet. It's the sort of place, if you were to drive through it today, there'd be a gas station and nothing else. The only place to eat in this little town would be a little gas station with a truck stop egg sandwich. Okay? You don't want to eat there. Okay? But that's the sort of place Bethlehem is. Yeah, with a diner attached to the gas station. It's a pit stop. The guy who pumped your gas cooked your food. It smells like gas too. Yeah, it's that kind of place. So small, so insignificant. It's not a place of where you would go to travel. It's not on the clan map. Okay, it's not important. definitely not important. Okay? But out of this little place that's so insignificant, so small, so unimportant, is going to come one who is the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, whose comings and goings are from long ago, from the days of eternity. That should send shivers down your spine. Okay, so anyway, I hope that answered your question. Thank you very much for the member question. We really appreciate it. Okay. Next one here is from the Camilla Part for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Can you explain theosis? Absolutely. How does the Bible, biblical theosis, differ from how Mormonism explains believers becoming gods? Okay. Now, both biblical theosis and Mormon theosis are essentially defined similarly. Theosis is the idea that when you come into the afterlife, you take on godlike attributes. Okay? Now, the only question, though, is what are those attributes? So, and this is something that's really debated. It's not so much the attributes, because there's at least one godlike attribute everybody agrees that Christians in the afterlife have, which is eternal life. Okay? Everybody agrees on this. That everyone who is saved gets that one attribute that's like God. Yeah. I mean, they don't agree on the reciprocal, say, if you ended up in, say, the bad place. Okay. Whether or not you get eternal life. But as far as those who end up in the good place, everybody agrees who is in this debate that everyone gets that attribute of godhood. Okay? Now, all the other attributes of God that people have suggested, that human beings would also gain through theosis, are hotly debated all across the board. In the case of Mormonism, the idea of theosis is much more meager in some respects, because the idea of becoming a god in Mormonism is that gods in Mormonism are much more polytheistic than monotheistic. So every god is ontologically similar. So in Mormonism, Adam God and Mother Eve basically are the gods of this world. They're not the god of the universe. There's no god of the universe in the Mormonism. It's God of this world. Adam God is God of this world. And if you are a good Mormon and you pay your tithe and you do good works and you're a good member in standing with the Mormon Church, you will become a god of your own world with your own wife or multiple wives. That's an option in Mormon afterlife. And you will populate your own world like Adam God did. And then your kids will become gods. So it becomes this kind of divine pyramid scheme. So that's a very different sort of view than say the whole Christian worldview of theosis, where God still remains God of the universe, and then you take on attributes so you can enjoy God with him. Now, some theologians, like you find in Eastern Orthodoxy, will say, for example, that certain saints will take on the attribute of omnipresence. Now, there's a whole question of whether God is omnipresent, but some Eastern Orthodox theologians do maintain that saints are omnipresent. That's how they are able to access all the icons at once. I'm not going to argue that either way. But the whole question of then, there are other attributes that I think are much more reasonable for theosis, like becoming more Christ-like, having Christ's love, having Christ's grace and mercy, his attribute of forgiveness. I think there's a lot of theosis attributes that we will take on that are more, say, Christ-like, because we all will be conformed to the image of Christ. That goes almost without saying within the biblical revelation. So those who go to the good place are going to be more Christ-like, so they are going to take on the attributes of Christ. So then, this then becomes a whole different kind of view of how we look at through theosis. So anyway, I hope that explains things. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciate it, and I hope that helps. All right, we got a little pushback here from our little Mormon member here. Haystack says, simply, we are the spiritual offspring of the creator of all things. Well, spiritual offspring, you need to define that, okay? Because that's not the way things are defined in Christianity. You'll discover that there's a difference between how that's defined. And man can exalt through eternity to become like God. In what respect? Again, it's going to come down to, in what respect are you like God? But God the Father, not Adam. The Adam God doctrine goes all the way back to Joseph Smith. You might not be aware of this because of you're a Mormon living today, but Adam God is a long-standing dogma in Mormonism. You can look this up in like McConkie and all the other great theologians of, say, the Mormon Church. It's been discussed in the by the presidents of the church. All of them discuss this. Okay, so you should go back and you should review this, because this is a long-standing dogma of Mormonism. Okay, but God the Father, he says, is always our Father, made possible by Christ. Haystack says that goes back to Brigham Young, not taught in as doctor. It goes back to Joseph Smith. Okay. You can see this. You'll see this. I think it's in the Deseret News. I think it was one of the last sermons of Joseph Smith, where he says that I'm gonna butcher this quote because it's been a long time since I've quoted this. Joseph Smith Jr. said in his final sermon that as we are, God once was. What God has become, or what God is, we will become. Okay, so it's the whole idea that God doesn't have, say, aseity or immutability or any of those attributes that we would apply to, say, Christian God, but he's more like us. He was once human. Is there any chance you could find the original code? It would take me a long time to find it, but I could probably find it eventually. But yeah, the Adam God dogma is very old in Mormonism. Old as Mormonism itself. So, Lux says, yeah, you quoted it verbatim, actually, yeah. So this is something that's been a long-standing theology in Mormonism. Now, I understand Mormon theology is currently changing. I get that. I totally understand that. But you can't deny its history either. Okay? So, so again, you might study Joseph Smith every day, but if you don't actually go back into his documents, his core documents, like one of the things with Mormonism is the idea that anything that was taught by Joseph Smith, Brigham Young, or the presidents and prophets of the church is dogma. And there's been a lot of stuff that's been denied by the Mormon church that that has recently been admitted. I mean, like, for example, for a long time, the whole idea that Joseph Smith got his revelations by putting a stone in a hat and looking in the hat was for a long time denied by Mormon apologists because it was seer stoning. But you look at the most recent president of the Mormon Church, the one that's still presiding today, president and prophet. You know, he said, "This is how Joseph Smith did it." And he takes a hat, he takes one of the stones, he puts it in his hat, he puts his face into the hat. So, you know, for a long time, a lot of this stuff was denied. But it's actually coming out that, yeah, this is what he actually believed. This is how he actually did things. And the prophets, the presidents and prophets of the church have just confirmed this. So again, you know, and all this stuff. One of the things is that you can still find a lot of these records were kept. I mean, it's not like there aren't a lot of this stuff archives floating around now, especially now with the internet. When I looked at this in the 1980s, this stuff was hard to get. I mean, you had to buy old photostats of, say, like the Deseret News to get these things, and you know, it took a lot of work. Nowadays, you don't have to do the work. People have all this stuff is floating online. I mean, even like the original copies of, say, Joseph Smith's manuscripts. Like for example, it was denied for a good long time, or I should say, it was affirmed for a long time that Joseph Smith, through divine revelation, actually understood Egyptian. Well, that was very difficult to maintain once the copies of his book on how to read Egyptian, I think the copyright date of that was like 1837, came out, and once you saw what craziness was involved in fact, you know what? I'll read this just to sort of drive the point home. Let's see if I can find it here. probably in my archive here. See if I can find this here. Don't have it in there. Maybe I have it in this other part. I've got like 100,000 books now, so for me, all scanned in. So for me to find something quickly is often somewhat difficult. Nope, I'm gonna have to probably defer this to another time because I'm not finding it quickly here. Yeah, I'll probably have to defer this to another time. That's the problem with having that many books is you just can't find things quickly. All right, but anyway, so anyway, there's no longer Mormon apologists say that Joseph Smith really knew Egyptian anymore. They now accept the fact that he didn't know it, and so there's basically there's no reasonable way he could have translated that papyrus as such. And frankly, most Mormon apologists will not even say he translated it anymore. A lot of them will now say, well, he was just using the Book of the Dead as a foil to get the real book automatically transmitted to him through angelic revelation. Not that he's translating it, but that the angels themselves are basically giving him a different book through the mediumship of doing what he does with the papyrus, whatever that is. Okay? So, that's all we'll address on that. Again, thank you very much for the question and the follow-up, but yeah, it's to the camelopard, yeah, the whole idea of theosis in Christianity is going to be very, very different from, say, Mormonism. And even though they're both kinds of theosis, and even within Christianity, there's going to be a lot of debate as to what attributes of godhood people take on in the afterlife. Yeah, if you ask lay people, you'll just get confusion. Okay. So anyway, thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Hope it helps. BC for $2 Australian. Thank you for the super chat. Did Egyptians do body counts taking ears or hands? Hands. They took the right hand. Yeah, the sword hand is basically what they took. So, you only have one right hand, and they took lots and lots of hands. We actually see piles of these illustrated at, like, Medina Habu, where you go inside the first courtyard of Medina Habu, and you come into the inner peristyle court, and you can see scribes there. You know, they're doing their tabulations, and there's a pile of hands in front of them. They don't deal with the bodies, just the hands. This seems to be a long-standing tradition in Egypt. There was a pit excavated at Avaris that contained hands. So this was a literal practice. This was... Oh, bad pun, Jack. Bad pun. Jack says, can you give me a hand with this counting? Ooh, ouch. Ouch. Bubble machine. Guess you could say they had their body count well handled. Ooh. Ooh. Alexis said, sounds like a nightmare, but then again, collecting foreskins was wild too. Yeah, the thing with foreskins is not everyone has one. So anyone who's fighting might or may not have a foreskin. Either by genetics or by circumcision, they might not have a foreskin. Okay? Which is why the Egyptians didn't collect foreskins. Israelites collected foreskins. Like David had collected the foreskins of Philistines. Ugh. Not something I would collect. But Egyptians did. Egyptians collected hands. Because even in Egyptian culture, if you were fighting, say, you might be fighting people who were circumcised. In that case, you wanted hands, not foreskins, to do the body count. So, okay, so the next super chat here is from, and we're getting close to the end of the super chats. We don't actually have a lot of super chats tonight. So, and yet it's 10:45, yeah. So, it tells you, yeah, we haven't gone past 11. We got 2 left. So that tells you that we're kind of low down on the super chats tonight. So, you want to ask because you can count on them. Ooh, ouch. Okay. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's bad. Oh, I'm not going to even read that one. That one is okay. That was bad. Okay, Juan, this is actually the last super chat of the night because we've already done the one by Mr. Warlight here. So this is the last super chat here. He asks, does monarchical monotheism imply divinity besides God? Of a kind. Now we have to understand that. We have to understand that. In the case of, say, monarchical monotheism, there's always that idea of one big God, the one divine, most powerful, all good, all-knowing God. Okay, and there's only one of those. Only one of those. But underneath him, in hierarchy, power, etc., are limited divine powers. I think the best way to discuss this is to use, again, Egypt. Egypt's a great way to understand how this works. In Egypt, every spirit is called a Netcher, a plural Netcheru, a god. It doesn't matter if you're talking about the big god Amun-Re, who's the king of the gods, the king of all divine beings, king of the pantheon, king of this world, the high mucky muck of divinity, or whether you're talking about a little obnoxious shade that hides in your grain bin and just sort of rattles things around. Okay, they're both called Netcher. They're both called a god. Whether you're talking about the highest of the gods in the heavens, or whether some obnoxious imp. Okay? And you get gods in between those two extremes. Okay? Of the one that's kind of just like a ghost versus the and really has no power and no authority or can do not much of anything, to the guy who can make all things happen, as it were. So we have So that's a kind of, say, monarchy, as a monarchical system, where you have everything called a god, but not everything is the same type of god. So with monarchical monotheism, you've got one god who's the most powerful, all-knowing, all good, all holy, all powerful. And then you got the ones that are underneath him, who are limited, who are constrained, who are dependent. Like your angels. Angels would fit in that classification of being Elohim. And Elohim is kind of the Hebrew equivalent of nature. And El can apply to spirits. It can apply to a large variety of spirit critters. Cherubim, seraphim, watchers, ancient god, primordial gods, small g, primordial gods, chaos monsters, principalities and powers and dark places. You know, these limited spirits of that have circles of influence but don't have supremacy. But there's one high, powerful God above all others. Okay? So, monarchical monotheism does imply a kind of divinity besides God, but it is not the same divinity. Not the same kind of divinity. The kind of divinity God has is not dependent on anything. It's self-sufficient. That the Els and Elohim that are below God are dependent upon the one God. They were created by him. They came from his existence and out of his creation. So there is an implication of a kind of divinity besides God, but it isn't the same divinity. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. And it's a great question. It's an interesting question, and I think we do need to look at that a little more and be a little more open to the idea that there is a lot of spirit critters out there. Alrighty. The Camilla part. Might God be Irish? Elohim. Could be. Could be. Spirit critters. Yep, spirit critters. Lots of spirit critters out there. Um, I think this is one of those areas of, say, biblical studies and theology that we don't pay enough attention to. That there's a huge diversity of fauna out there that are spirit critters. You know, a lot of them. You know, so is Mr. EC a spirit critter or a chaos monster? Ah, I think he's more chaos monster. Definitely more chaos monster. Okay. So, anyway. Yes, spirit critter emoji. Yeah, we need a spirit critter emoji. Spirit critter coffee mug. Darkblade asked the question here. Would an ancient Greek nymph count as a netcher? Yeah, sure. Oh yeah, that would definitely fit in the whole idea of netcher. Okay. We got a couple more super chats here. Thank you so much. Off here. Okay, Isaac Freeman here is the next one for $1.99. Thank you very much for the super chat. Because we're running low on super chats. Well, we appreciate your support of the channel. Thank you so very much. I thank you. Mr. EC thanks you. Now he's going to go away. And very, very much appreciate your support. It helps keep food on our table and keeps these live streams going, and allows me to take the time to answer questions and to do more videos. So I really appreciate it. Thank you so very much for your support. Jack Ray gifted another 20 Ancient Egypt and the Bible memberships. Thank you again for your support. We really appreciate it. It does help. We really, really helps. Muhammad Karam for $5. Thank you for the super chat. By the Iron Age, how many Israelites do you think were actual descendants of Jacob, as opposed to assimilated people who took on Israelite identity? That's almost going to be impossible to differentiate. Okay? You are going to get some people who are assimilated and who take on Israelite identity. We do know the Israelites, once they got into the Promised Land, started intermarrying with Canaanites and Philistines. We just know this. So it's going to be really, really hard to say who belongs to who at that point. It is a great question. Yeah, this is a great question. It's just almost impossible to say, though. The fact is, by the time they reach the Promised Land, they're already not necessarily at that point pure blood Israelites anymore. They weren't pure blood Israelites when they left Egypt. Okay? They leave Egypt with a mixed multitude. So you have, leaving Egypt, you have those who are descendants of Jacob, but you also have people who were descendants of the Amoritic Hyksos. Okay, so you had Amorites, Libyans, Hurrians, Cushites, Nubians, because we know there was attachment of Nubians out of Varus, and native Egyptians. Okay, it was a huge melting pot of people. Maybe even some Shasu. There might have even been some Shasu in the list, because we have records of some Shasu who were moving stones at Paramses. So just when they left Egypt, you had this huge bulk of people that got assimilated into the 12 tribes. Well, what's going to happen to them? They're going to join certain clans. They're getting adopted into certain clans. They're going to intermarry. They're going to become part of the community. So by the time that they're done wandering in the wilderness, they're still tribal and they're still clannish, but still holding to clan identity. But now they have all these foreign people that are part of that clan identity. So, and then once they get into Israel, they start intermarrying with the Canaanites and the Philistines. So there's no such thing as a pure blood Israelite at all by the Iron Age. Okay, it just isn't happening. It's a mixed multitude. It's a melting pot of a huge variety of people. So you could so you really can't say who was descended from who at that point. They are going to maintain a clan identity. They are going to maintain a line of descent. A lot of those families will, especially from certain lines. Like, for example, those who are descendant of the family of Aaron are going to try to maintain those records to maintain eligibility to be included in the priesthood. Okay, so some lines of people are going to maintain those records. Those who go to Babylon, some of them will maintain records of descent, others won't. those who maintain those records will be allowed to return to Israel. So that if you can show that you have an ancestor, that you're a descent down the line of Israelites, you're free to return to Israel. Otherwise, you can't. Okay. So they do maintain those records. It's just there's going to be other people who are going to intermarry into the lines. Okay. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Isaac Freeman for $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Can you tell us about it? The fourth watch? Someone was trying to tell me about this. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Do you understand the question? Can you what do you mean about the fourth watch? I'm not sure what you mean by this. Camel Leopard, the fourth watch of the night. When Jesus came to the disciples on the water. Oh, okay. Oh dear. I would have to look that up in a commentary. I believe that's I think that's already after dark, but I don't know the exact hour that is, because that's going to depend upon which book that's in. I think it's if that's in John, that's going to be late at night, but I'd have to look up the specifics of that one. Okay, and I haven't looked that up, so I'm gonna have to defer this question, unfortunately. But I want to thank you very much for the super chat. I do really appreciate it. But again, I don't know enough about Roman times and how that was done to comment intelligently on this. All right? So sorry about that. Juan asks for $2. Thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on Judaism originating from Canaanite gods? I don't think it came from Canaanite gods. That would be more in line with, say, the Northern Yahweh hypothesis, but I don't hold to that view. I don't think I think Judaism had intertextuality with Canaanite literature, but I don't think it got its ideas specifically from Canaanite literature. I think there's more traction with the Kenite hypothesis that that you had a core Abrahamic religion, El Shaddai, etc. That was then that Moses, brought another identity of that God to the Israelites when he brought them out of Egypt from Midian. Okay, so I wouldn't see it a big problem if you could show a smoking gun that it came from Canaanite gods. That wouldn't be necessarily a disqualifier right there. But I just find that the hypothesis lacks warrant. So I don't like hypotheses that lack warrant. I want evidence. I'm a strong evidentialist, so if I'm going to follow a hypothesis, I'm going to follow the hypothesis that has the most evidence. So I don't think that's a very good hypothesis overall. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Okay, Gandalf the Based for $10. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you have any books recommendations for dating of the Exodus? I'm in seminary and my Old Testament professors greatly disagree with me on the dating. I sit in your camp. Scholarly source recommendations. I would recommend the works of Kenneth Kitchen and James Hoffmeyer. Those are probably the seminal works you're going to want to read. You could also read my book on the Ark of the Covenant, because I also go into this. That might also be very helpful as well. So that's what I would recommend for those, for particularly on this particular topic. Again, I'm hoping to write a book on this that will um, um, basically go into this into much more detail than has been done previously, and have the latest research on this as well. So that's what I would recommend for this. The other thing I would recommend is if you're in seminary, your Old Testament professors disagree with you, don't fight them on this. Your chances of convincing them are about next to zero. Okay? Do your seminary, regurgitate what they say, and get out. Okay? You can't win by taking them on. Okay? They're sort of they're in a power position that you're not in. So, again, regurgitate what they say. The right answers on your test is whatever they tell you. Okay? So, you may disagree with them, but don't fight them. Okay? Whatever they ask for the question, answer on the question, you give them the question they want. But for yourself, don't let your experience at seminary be the end of your learning. Okay? Let this be the beginning of your learning. Read Kitchen, read Hoffmeyer for yourself, and decide for yourself. Okay? So, equip yourself. Equip yourself with the evidence. Equip yourself with the arguments. Okay? For your own edification, for that time ultimately when you're going to teach. Because if you're going to seminary, there's going to come a point where you're going to be teaching somebody else. That's where this is going to be useful. But you can't fight this at a seminary. It just isn't. It's a lose-lose proposition for you. Okay? But that's who I would recommend. And, even some of these guys that are going to really disagree with you on the dating, they're going to use these sources in their own work. And seminaries, especially Old Testament professors, can be very, very parochial about this stuff. So, there's not much you can say about that other than that. Okay. Yeah, it's academic gatekeeping, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So, yeah, you can't fight that, and don't fight that. Get your money worth out of them. Squeeze them for as much as you can. Okay, squeeze them for as much as you can. But
your library.
Yeah, squeeze your library for all it's worth. Squeeze whatever opportunities seminary presents you with for all it's worth. But understand that you don't have to share in their views. But you can't fight their views either. Okay? Okay. So anyway, Gandalf, thank you very much, and best of luck at seminary. I hope you do very, very well. He adds here, I was actually surprised they presented the Divine Council view as a plausible view. That impressed me. Well, the Divine Council view is not so threatening to an Old Testament theologian. Yeah, so that doesn't surprise me too much. I have seen people who are really dyed in the wool early Exodus guys quote Heiser. Again, it's not that threatening to them. They're more than happy to accept that because no shibboleth tests are violated by it. When you start getting into early Exodus stuff, oh yeah, then the shibboleth tests all come out and then it's kicking and screaming and ugh, things get ugly at that point. So Gandalf Bay says it's a hyper-conservative Baptist seminary in the Bible Belt. Not. Yeah. Okay. I get where you're coming from. Okay. I get where you're coming from. I understand completely. Yeah. Yeah. Their views are not going to shift very much. Not in a way that. I mean, they'll take incremental steps, little directions. Heiser will not threaten them. Okay. Heiser himself was very conservative Baptist. Okay. So he framed everything he said so that it was sort of compatible within a conservative Baptist framework. So that's why that's not surprising that he would have had traction there. Yeah. Yeah. My producer said added here. And Gandalf says, "All right, keep my head down, just get the grade. Got it. Laugh out loud." Yeah. My producer has added here, get the grade, stay in the community. Okay? Make sure you're in a community that expands your horizon. Okay? And that's really important. Because one of the things we tend to do as seminarians is we tend to get into bubbles. You've probably already heard people talk about the Christian bubble at your seminary. I know at my seminary we talked about the Christian bubble. Where you're inside the Christian world and you don't have much communication with things outside. That really wasn't a problem for me, honestly, but... Yeah, there was that, wasn't there?
One denomination, one church.
Yeah. When I was at seminary, and my producer here reminded me of that, most of the people who I went to seminary with not only had never been to another denomination, they'd only been to one denomination their entire life, but within that denomination, only one church their whole life. Okay? Now I'm not a fan of denomination hopping or church hopping. Okay, I'm not a fan of that. But I also think there's value in understanding what's happening out in the world, what's happening in other denominations, what's happening out in the global community. So I think there's... Take that non-super chat in a moment at 11:07. 14:1. Okay? So, again, our advice to you is, yeah, keep your head down, get your grade, do as well as you can, and stay in a community. Stay in a community like our community here where you can grow. You can expand your thoughts. Join our Discord server. We also have a Discord server where we, iron sharpens iron, where we try to help each other grow in faith. So, no, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that, Gandalf. That's fine. That's totally fine. He says, sorry to take over the chat, guys. Didn't mean to. Don't worry about that. That's okay. That's what we're here for. We're here for stuff like this. Okay? Look, one of the things we're doing here is we're doing a couple things that I think is really important. One of the things we are doing, the purpose of this channel, okay, one of the purposes of this channel is to create a community of people who want to grow in faith, who want to grow in their knowledge of the Bible and the ancient Near East, and we're creating here a community that cares for each other, that grows with each other. And we're not appealing here to the lowest common denominator. People often go, well, hey David, you're kind of blunt. You should be nicer so you can appeal to the Joel Osteen community. Well, that's not our community, okay? Our community is highly intelligent. It's well read. It's well educated. It's not limited to that. And if you want to become a part of a community, we are welcoming. We're very welcoming of others. Okay. So we don't even say discriminate based on religion. You know, we have atheists who are part of our community. We have Jews who are part of our community. We even come Muslims who are part of community. We even have one Mormon here. Okay. Yeah. So, but what we all share in common is that we all want to know more about the ancient Near East and the Bible, and we want to grow in our faith, whatever that faith is. So yeah, this is all part of, you know, raising up the next generation to be as good in their respective denomination and religion as they can be. Now, we do teach from a distinctly Christian perspective, but others are welcome to learn that perspective as we do this. So I think there are people that, like, for example, he goes on and says, myself, Baptist, and an Orthodox and Catholic challenge each other. Okay, that's good. We all support each other, and it's in good taste, and that's good. I'm glad to hear that. We challenge each other to support and examine different traditions, and I think that's a good thing. I think that's fine. So, you know, we want to make sure that you're supported too. Okay? And that's why we're here. We're here to provide a community that supports each other as we encounter these difficult situations, as we encounter, say, ideas that are not so good. We get them all the time here. And we want to make sure that we support our community as we do this. Okay? So anyway, I want to thank you very much for the super chat. I also want to thank you for the follow-ups. It's been great talking to you. Again, get your grades. Make sure you're doing well in your schooling. Keep your head down. And make sure you're plugged into a good community that's helping you grow and expand your horizons. All right? So thank you very much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. Okay. And finally, we got one here from Isaac Freeman for $1.99. What's a good concordance? Is there such a thing? Okay, here's what you want here is actually a lexicon. Lexicons are much better than concordances. Okay? The difference is that a concordance will give you a will try to give you the same definition for every word, and it's not, things don't work that way. Okay? So I would stay away from concordances. Most concordances are not very good. Okay? Now, lexicons, on the other hand, are fantastic. They're the essential tools for understanding ancient languages. So what I would recommend for concordances, or sorry, from lexicons, are Hallett for the Old Testament, the Hebrew and Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament. It is very expensive, however. So, but there's a cheap version called the Concise Lexicon of the Old Testament by Holiday. Okay, it's only $35. It's really affordable, really cheap, and it's good. It's a condensed version of Hallott. So if you're doing this on the cheap, you can go with Holiday. If you've got the money, buy Hallott. Because Hallott is excellent. Okay, so that covers your Old Testament. For the New Testament, you're basically only have one really good option. I've got $35. Well, that covers. I think you've got only one option, and a concise one. Okay, that's your only one.
What? They're still out there.
Yeah, you could go to used bookstores. Yeah, used bookstores are a godsend here.
And if there's
Mm-hmm.
there's I mean, you don't have to be university books.
Yeah.
I use books.
Yeah, I mean used books, but it won't give you a huge deduction on these. Okay, these are sort of the problem is that these are the other one for Greek, the sort of the one that's the standard is called A Greek English Lexicon of the New Testament and Other Early Christian Literature, 3rd edition. It's abbreviated BDAG. Based upon it's the BDAG is the initials of the editors. Bauer, Danker, Arndt, and Gant. Okay. Unfortunately, this one is expensive too. This one's like $150, which is a lot less than Halot. Okay, Halot is 5 volumes and it's like $300. Really expensive. Now you can get online versions that are a lot less. So, oh yeah, 150 just for that one. Yeah, but it's unmatched. It's unmatched at the moment. So, but this is the problem too. Anything that's good is expensive. Anything that's usually cheap is garbage. So, Alexis, it's as big as the Bible. Oh yeah, it's big. I mean, it's really big. I just won't eat lunch for a month. Yeah. Oh, been there, done that. You should have seen my book, how much I paid for books in my seminary. Oh my gosh. My 3 years of seminary were just so expensive. Okay. They were, it was crazy, especially my first 2 years. 3rd year wasn't so bad, but the really big expenses were in the first 2. I mean, it was crazy. It was crazy how much I spent on books. Alexis says, for academic work, you pay for quality. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that sucked. I had to leave all my books when I went to England, so, I mean, I lost them all. So I'm only now getting back a lot of what is, what I had. Isaac says, I've been teaching Bible study and Strong's is just not doing it for me. Yeah, burn Strong's. Burn it. There's a reason it's cheap. It's terrible. It was terrible when it was published. Yeah, it's better to go online than to use Strong's. When Strong's came out, it was already behind. The reviews of when it came out, the reviews savaged it because it was already behind Bauer and Danker's lexicon. Yeah, they savaged it. Like there was a review of it that came out 6 years after it was published, and it was savaged, really savaged. But it was, Strong was such a voluminous writer, and he was a very important writer, so people just sort of gravitated to it. He also did, what was it? single book commentaries too of the entire Bible. Bubble Machine. What's Strong's? Strong's is a how do I say this? It is a synchronic concordance of the Bible. Okay? All done in King James English. Okay? It's all done in King James English. It pays no attention to, say, time periods. So it sort of reduces all the meaning of the words in Hebrew down to 2 or 3 words, irrespective of history. Okay? So it'll take, like, for example, the meanings of something in classical Hebrew and equate it to what you find in Middle Hebrew or late Hebrew. So it's like, for example, Halot. Well, you read Halot and it'll tell you, okay, this is the definition in Middle Hebrew, this is the definition in classical Hebrew, etc. Strong's doesn't make that differentiation. So you get the same reading for every word, dependent. Doesn't matter if it's in the book of Exodus or in the book of Revelation. Same meaning. So his methodology is really terrible. So people use Strong's concordance, and it's awful. It's awful. Burn your Strong's concordance. It'll at least keep you warm for an evening, and that's more value than you're going to get out of actually reading it. So, yeah, I don't care for Strong's concordance, but I understand too. I really empathize with. Oh yeah, we were all in love with Strong's when we first when we first encounter Strong's, we think, oh wow, this is a great resource, and then you start maturing and using it, and then you start getting some really weird results out of it. Yeah. No. You're going to want a modern lexicon if you're going to do language work, especially for interpretive stuff. So if you're teaching, you're going to need something more than that. Yeah, come on, Bart. I like that comment. This is sounding like a sad Hallmark movie now. Strong's Concordance, our first love collectively. Isaac Freeman, I feel like bad doctrine come from Strong's being used. It does, yeah. Yeah. From bad exegesis comes bad doctrine. The two follow. The two are joined at the hip. So if you have bad exegesis, you're going to have bad doctrine. Ouch. Yeah. Okay, that's the last super chat here, so we are going to okay. 1049. Okay. 1049. We're going to take some non-super chats here. Okay, James Witt asks, and we were looking for this today because we were suspecting someone was going to ask about this. James Witt asks, can you review the debate between Dinesh D'Souza and Alex O'Connor and point out where Dinesh went wrong because he really messed up when it came to his answers on the Old Testament? He messed up on everything. It was a shambles. It was an absolute shambles. He was unprepared. Where do we even begin with this? Okay. D'Souza is not an apologist. I don't know why he was pretending to be one. He doesn't do this professionally. He's not a professional apologist. He's a professional political pundit. He's maybe a cultural pundit, But he's a pundit. He's a political pundit. He's got no business. He's got no education in this. I mean, he's got no training in theology or apologetics or ancient Near East. He is the last person who should have been doing a debate with Alex O'Connor. The last person. I mean, this is the guy who showed up at the NEA, the National Evangelical Association, with his girlfriend in tow before he had concluded his divorce. Okay? This is a guy who should never have been anywhere near a podium representing apologists. It was and it was embarrassing. It was clear he had never thought through these questions. He had never engaged any of these topics before. It's just, it was a mess. It was a mess. And now the whole apologetic community is scrambling, trying to do damage control over his utter incompetence and fumbling. You know, but I think too, here's the thing. Like, for example, Gavin Ortland tried to do a comment where he tried to answer the questions that D'Souza couldn't answer and couldn't answer well. You know? But it's too late. The horse has left the barn. Okay? The damage is done. There's no way D'Souza should ever have been billed as an apologist. Ever. Now, I'm gonna be by himself or by anyone else. He should have been disavowed before this thing went off. Now, I'm going to say something here that I think is very important. The reason why I am really hard on the Christian community, and I get this a lot. You know, people ask me, you know, all except for the atheists. Atheists say, oh, I never criticize the Christian community. They don't watch my channel, obviously. I am harder on the Christian community than I am on the unbelieving community, because someday some of these clowns are going to have real influence. Okay? And because they're going to have real influence, if they don't get their act in order before they have real influence, this is the sort of thing that happens. You know, I don't have a high opinion of a lot of YouTubers who claim to be the $1 who are the $1 apologists. Okay, but I recognize that someday some of those people are going to have real influence and a real audience. And if we don't try to get them on the straight and narrow now, when they have no influence, they're going to come to a point like D'Souza, where D'Souza has a lot of influence and a platform, and he's going to get up there and he's going to make a mess of it. It was embarrassing. It was absolutely embarrassing. He was unprepared. He was ignorant. And Chow Yi says, IP got his act together before blowing it. Thank God for that. Yeah. It wasn't easy. It was not easy. And it took time. It took time. Yeah, I mean, D'Souza made a real mess. He made a real mess. And it's a black eye that's going to take a while for the apologetics community to overcome. It's going to take a long time. I mean, and frankly, the apologetics community right now doesn't have a good reputation. It's an engine running on fumes right now. It's an engine running on fumes and codependency. And it's awful. It's really, really awful what's going on in the apologetics community, but this doesn't help. This doesn't help. So we got to get our own house in order. Alexis asks, real question. Why aren't experts ever invited to these very serious discussions? All right. 2 reasons.
I did.
All right. 2 reasons. One, most academics will not accept that invitation. The second is they're also not offered that invitation. Because a lot of, say, skeptical debates are about punching down. Okay? I don't get invited to these debates. Okay, I don't get invited to these debates because people don't like punching down. Okay, or people don't like punching up. Sorry, these skeptics don't like punching up. They want to punch down. That's what they want to do. They want to basically show their intellectual superiority to keep the money flowing. Camel Leopard, Dr. Fox still won't debate me on the South Fox theory. I mean, here's the thing. A lot of these people have followings on their YouTube channel and on Patreon. And if they were to lose debates, that would affect the flow of the money. No one wants to back a loser. Okay? So for a lot of people in the skeptical community, they're being supported primarily through Patreon. So guys like O'Connor are basically making their living through Patreon. So if they start losing debates, that's going to negatively affect how much income they get through Patreon. And that could affect their livelihood. Okay? So a guy like O'Connor is not going to pick somebody he thinks he's going to lose to. Even if it's someone that's potentially challenging. Too risky. He's going to very, very carefully curate who he picks to be in opposition to. Follow the money. Yep.
Ice cream is
Alexis, no money for losers. Exactly. Isaac Freeman, ice cream is for winners. Yeah, Alexis, a wonderful show of intellectual integrity. Yeah. It's pretty much though. But that's it. There's money involved in this. There's money involved with this. And I mean, in our case, it's okay. We aren't collecting as much as we could. We don't do many debates, if ever. I mean, we tried to get a debate going with Jabari Ozaze because he kept shooting his mouth off, and then like, oh, debate me, bro. And then he goes, and I said, okay. He goes, oh, sorry, I'm busy. Can't do it. Okay. The fact is that a lot of these,
good
Yeah. There's that too. Kimmel part. Due to good editing, I'll never lose.
which is why.
Yeah, that is one of the stipulations I normally make is when I do a debate, it has to be live. Yeah. Yeah, the Kennedy debate was slightly edited, and I didn't appreciate that, but even worse, you know, he just took it down when he didn't like where it went, so. Bubble Machine, I can only hear Mr. Krabs saying in the same tone repeatedly, money, money, money. Yeah. Yeah. The Camilla part. Well, even live streams can have unfortunate quotes outages. Yeah. Thomas Perez, I remember him boldface lying to vocab about Egyptian creation myths. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The guy's completely incompetent. He doesn't know what he's doing. But got a big mouth, and he won't he won't debate me. At least he hasn't come to an agreement yet on debating me. $807. Okay, let's go back to a question. Okay, 807, you said? There's one I also want to take at 1107 too. Let's see. Take me a while to get back to 807 though. Mechanique says we can only hope D'Souza would have the urge to take his debate down. I don't know if he'll take it down. He seems out of touch at this point. Like it's like it doesn't even matter anymore whether or not he wins or loses. He's just showing up now. Yeah, he just wants the money. Well, there's no such thing as bad publicity. Good publicity, bad publicity, publicity's publicity. I think that's sort of the groove D'Souza is in. He doesn't care about the Bible. He doesn't care about the gospel. He doesn't care if he performs badly. But he's now in the Now he's in the spotlight. Simony, yeah. Yeah. All right, we're almost there at 807. Okay, 807. Is this by Ladicure Bones?
Yes.
Okay. Ladicure Bones asked the question: is there any biblical or extra biblical evidence that black people or some black people are actually related to Israelites in the Bible? Generally not. Of course, it is going to depend on how you define a black person, okay? However, most of the Israelites are going to be somehow related to Semitic majority population. Okay, so we're talking here a Semitic, Afro-Semitic majority population. Okay. Now, there were some Israelites who were what we would call black. Okay, these were part of the mixed multitude that integrated in. So you had some Nubians, you had some Cushites, you had some Magi. Okay, and they're black. Okay. Okay, so there's some people, however, any of those phenotypes would have been overwhelmed by the Semitic population around them. They were in the vast minority. So while there were some that were of black ancestry or African, sub-Saharan African ancestry. Most of them would have been Semitic, and they would have interbred out those phenotypes out with the Semitic communities that they were involved in. Okay? So, anyway, thank you very much for that question. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here I want to take is at 11:07. Okay. No 7. Okay. Here. Camelopard asks, a friend asks, how do you know you are being called for ministry? Ooh. Okay. I saw this question, and I love this question. When you go to seminary, people ask this question all the time. How do you know if you're actually called for ministry? I would say there's 2 things you should look for. Okay? Because I have noticed that there are 2 ways people get called into ministry. You have the ones who go, it's the passion of my life. I can't imagine doing anything else ever. I just feel so in love with the ministry and God and just being with people. It's my one dream, and I just can't imagine doing anything else ever. Okay, that's one type of calling. Then there's the other type of calling, where, and I fit in that latter half. It's like, well, I'm doing something else now. I'm perfectly happy doing what, and God goes, yeah, I want you to do that other thing. No, God, I'm okay. I'm doing just fine. No, I really don't want to go into ministry. And he goes, yeah, I'm okay. I'm gonna make things difficult for you now. Okay. I am gonna make things go south at work. I'm gonna make it so that you've got tension with your coworkers. I'm gonna take that job away from you. Gonna make it so you can't get rehired in that industry. Gonna have your company merge with another company and make it just disappear on you. I find that there's more or less 2 kinds of Jack Rig, Jonah plus fish. It got messy. Yeah, there's 2 kinds of callings in ministry. The kind where the person is just so enamored by it that he is all he ever wants to do. Okay. And a lot of the time it's a true calling, sometimes it's not. Okay? I don't judge people's callings, okay? But the other type is the kicking and screaming calling, where you don't really want to do this. You didn't want to go into this. And God just sort of drags you into it, whether or not you want to do it. My calling is more of that vein than it was of the other. My thoughts towards ministry before I was kind of a take it or leave it kind of thing. It's just like, yeah, I'm not that interested in going into ministry. And then it was, well, God said, I want you to go there. Yeah, I'm good. No. You don't understand. Let me explain this to you, son. You're gonna go there. Yeah, that's the kind of calling I'm used to. That's the one I experienced was the is the yeah, you think you've got a choice in that? This is funny. Having a good laugh at that, kid.
Jack Ray said at least a lot of people.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, there's things though about that though. You know, the high idea that at least you found a calling. Um, the fact is that it wasn't unreasonable to resist. Okay. Um, the fact is that with ministry comes suffering. It comes there's a lot of suffering in ministry. There's a lot of heartbreak in ministry.
Real ministry.
Real ministry. Yeah, we're not talking about being a CEO of a small faith-based corporation here. No. We're talking here about real ministry. You know, real ministry has a lot of uncertainties to it. Got a lot of uncertainties. You don't know where the next paycheck's coming from. You're living by day-to-day on faith. I can understand why people don't want that. You know, I can understand why people are hesitant to go into ministry. I get it. I totally get it. You're dealing with a lot of people that are difficult to work with. I mean, really difficult. I mean, much more difficult than you'd even find in even the corporate world, and they're difficult. You know, I can you know, it's going to take a toll on your health. It's going to take a toll on your happiness. It's going to take a toll on your free time. It's hard. It's really hard to do ministry. So, you know, I kind of understood that this would be what I was getting into. So, for me, it was like, okay, I didn't want that. I wanted the 9 to 5 job. I wanted the steady paycheck. I wanted the comfortable middle class life. You know, at the time, I had a good profession and I was making really good money at it. So, for me, ministry was one of those things that I didn't see myself going into. And I even resisted it. And frankly, when I went to seminary, I heard 80% of the stories were more along the lines of the I want to be this driving passion. The remaining 9%, most of them remaining, say, the 9% that was, I'm here to discover who I am. Got a lot of people who are just trying to discover who they were through theological education. And I don't think theological education is a really good way to do that. If you really want to discover who you are, go work at a job. Sure, it's a lot of fun, but it doesn't help you discover who you are. It did for you? Okay. I guess it does depend. Yeah. For some people, it is kicking and screaming, though. And in my case, yeah, it was kicking and screaming, and I had no choice, but to follow God into it. So, yes, that's true.
It's just different.
Yeah, Mama calls it here. comes up here. Yeah. Oh, I get the 2x4 for my stupidity and arrogance. Nothing so noble as serving in ministry. Yeah. Yeah, God uses 2x4s all the time for ministry. So it's just, how do you know the calling is from God? The best way I can describe it is you can do no other. Okay? So, if you've got that passion for God, you can do no other, because that's the only way your passion will let you go. If you can do no other because God prevents you from doing any other, that's also a calling. Okay? In either case, if you can do no other, then it's a real calling from God. So, I do see some people though who try to go into ministry who could do other and choose not to. Those I kind of have suspicions they wasn't a real calling. Okay? So, again, exactly like Martin Luther said, in front of the papal delegation, here I stand, I can do no other. Again, it's about God's calling is about, can you do other? Will your passion for the lost and for Christ allow you to do any other? Will the circumstances that God puts you in, the burning building and there's an open door there, allow you to do any other? So, it's just one of those things. Bubble machine. I'm still waiting for my calling. Well, then it's not time. Be patient. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, my producer said we'd have a wide and varied path. So, individually and together. So, if... Mm-hmm.
Bubble machines.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, my producer says to Bubble Machine here that you do your calling wherever you are. If you're called to be in school right now, that's where you should be. All right. He says I'm mostly joking. I'm still very young in life yet. Well, that does not prevent you from having a calling.
8-year-olds have.
Yeah, there are 8-year-olds who have callings. Okay? So, she just graduated. Yeah. Now, that's different.
That's what now.
Yeah, that's where do I go now, exactly.
Not...
Yeah, that's not a calling yet. God will show you where to go. If you want to pray the most dangerous prayer in the world, should I tell them about the most dangerous prayer in the world? Okay. Still going to tell them. All right, you want to know the most dangerous prayer in the world? This is a dangerous prayer. Pray to God that you will go and do anything for him or go anywhere. Wherever, whenever. Okay? What's so dangerous about that prayer is that sometimes, wherever and whenever is nowhere and not now and not for a long time. Yeah, he'll take. He might actually take you up on the hour. Oh, he'll take you up on the offer. Absolutely, he'll take you up on it. Yeah, that's what's so dangerous is you're almost guaranteed he'll take you up on it. The problem is, anywhere could be nowhere. Anytime could be no time. He could leave you in a perpetual rut and in a loop, and that would be exactly where he wants you. Yeah, it's an incredibly dangerous prayer because he will take you up on it. It's just not always what you want and what you're expecting. A lot of people pray that prayer whenever or anywhere, anytime, and think that God's going to automatically turn you into a Billy Graham. Well, no, he might turn you into the guy who walks into a new town, gets the stuffings beat out of you, and thrown out of the town, like the Apostle Paul. Right? So there's some dangers to that. He could turn you into a martyr, an anonymous martyr. I just asked for patience. Big mistake. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That one's a doozy. That one is a doozy. Yeah, praying for patience. Ooh, you're praying for suffering. The text even tells you. if you pray for patience, you will have suffering. Oh boy. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of prayers like this out there. We have to be attentive to our prayer life because you could end up in places you might not want to go. But here's the issue too. You could be wise enough to avoid all those prayers, and God will still drag you kicking and screaming if he's chosen you for that. Okay? Mama, yeah, I thought my calling was to lead crusades in South Africa. Turns out it was to raise 5 kids and serve faithfully in my local church in unfun ministries. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. That sounds awesome. That sounds absolutely awesome. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Hope you have some fun ministries in there too, but that's a great calling. There's nothing wrong with it calling. More noble than a lot of callings I've heard. Okay, what was that last question? We're going to take one final non-super chat, and then we're going to call it a night here. Okay. Okay. We're going to take this one as the last non-super chat of the night. From Gandalf the Base. What is your view on Dr. Jordan Peterson's Bible series? It really seems he's struggling with the concepts within the story, strictly taking it from a modern psychological perspective. Okay, our last week's video was on basically the failures of evangelicalism and how this has sort of opened sort of the door to a lot of Peterson's work. Now, Peterson does do a lot of stuff from a psychological perspective, particularly Jung and Peugeot. And it is true that he is struggling with the concepts within the story. I haven't actually watched his Bible series, but I've watched enough takes from it that it is psychology, not theology. He's basically using psychological archetypes to try to explain the narratives within the framework of modern psychological paradigms. Okay, so that's we'll debate that offline. Because he has a belief in Jesus, but it's a really civil belief. Okay. Um. Peterson believes more in civil religion than he does in a theological proposition. So, I have not been impressed by a lot of the work Peterson has done, especially on religion. I'm not going to deny that he's been helpful to some people. For some people, he has been helpful. For some people, he has gotten people back interested in the Bible, but he's also gotten people back interested in psychology and in other weird stuff too. So, my view is I don't think it's a great series. I did listen to snippets on his Exodus work, and his Exodus work is really terrible. It's all about sort of personal liberation and psychological untangling. But Exodus is really about more than that. It's about people becoming God's possession that he can use for the salvation of mankind. So it's like he doesn't understand the big picture yet. He doesn't understand the big picture. Everything is shoved into these Jungian archetypes, and I think there's some real issues with that. Now, with that said, there is one particular fan of Peterson that did a review of my last Monday release and panned it. Basically attacking my background. He attacked the fact I was Canadian. He attacked the fact that he made fun of my accent. Attacked the fact that I had a diverse church background, and really didn't engage my arguments in any really meaningful way without actually straw-manning them. But I'm going to be doing an interview with somebody tomorrow on over that talking about that interview, or not that interview, that reaction to my video, and hopefully it'll go well. We'll see what happens with that. So anyway, that's going to happen tomorrow. I could use your guys' prayers as I do that. So we're still engaging that sort of thing. Yeah, laugh out loud. He's Canadian, therefore we can't consider his views. Yeah, apparently. Apparently, I'm a Canadian who knows nothing about the United States because I'm Canadian. And so therefore, anything I say about the U.S. doesn't apply. The fact that I lived in the U.S. for 20 years is neither here nor there, apparently. So, with that said, I'm not a big opponent to Peterson. I just don't think he's that interesting. Yeah, I know. Is the irony? Yeah, yeah. Peterson's Canadian too. Yeah, so yeah. Tombo, isn't Peterson Canadian? Yeah, yeah. Peterson is a Canadian. So, guys, I'm getting the sneaking suspicion that the doctor's from Canada. Could be. Could be. Okay, we're going to wrap it up tonight. It's a little after midnight. I got to get up early to do this interview tomorrow, so we are not going to go for 5 hours tonight. Sorry, guys. But it's been fun as always. We've had some great questions. We want to thank you all for joining us tonight. Particularly, I want to thank our super chatters and the guys who give us the gifts through PayPal. You guys really help us to make ends meet and continue to do these live streams and our videos. We also want to thank our regular our member supporters, such as on Patreon and on YouTube here. You guys also are really, really helpful. And finally, we want to also thank those who are just our regular subscribers, who hit that like and subscribe button and watch our content and share the URLs with other social media outlets because you guys get the message out. With that said, thank you very much for joining us tonight, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.